Hello and welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane, and I do thank you as ever. Oh boy, do I from the bottom of my heart for tuning on in today for another show, a little follow-up show to yesterday in kind of conjunction yesterday's show, but I wanted to give it its own kind of special look today. And that is going to be a little bit of what's going to be one of those difficult type of subjects that we sometimes have to turn over here on the channel because it's, number one, news that's going on in somewhat of the moment. Number two, it's also for the reason that is one that I am very, very myself married to in concept. And that is that those who do not learn from history are doomed to repeat it. It's one thing to have a trade go bad or sideways, or from a fan base trying to understand why a trade went bad or sideways. But it's another thing to look at it and through how do you look at this to then understand how to sort of properly learn from that so that that doesn't happen. While I'm going to say right out the gate on this, this is not per se a reflection upon Jamal Adams or who he was or what he was as a player or who he is as a human being. As there are some that are taking those kind of shots. This is merely more from, the analytically looked at it, just trying to look at the situation for what it is and trying to kind of parse out how it is we can kind of avoid this same kind of pitfall in the future, because it's one that you make this kind of mistake and it can inhibit you in a big way. If we had that kind of money to spend this year that we're going to have allocated for Jamal and the dead money, you could do so much other things. If you hadn't given up those first round picks, could you have built up the roster so much better in other ways? There's a lot, to consider through there. And some of this, of course, comes down to a bit of the bad luck aspect of things, being that Jamal and his injury history, as much as anything else, upended the success of this. He was a very fine player with the Jets, but I would also offer, I've got about 8 points or so, specific points that I would also present to say that is a truth, but then these things are also truths in addition to that in what made this trade go, and then why it is going a little bit sideways, in my opinion, at the end of the day, because this is, make no mistake about it, the worst trade in Seahawks history. There have been some bad trades. There have been some assets given up, but this one is one that takes the cake, takes the cookie, takes all the frosting, licks the frosting off before they eat your cake, and then they don't even leave you a slice, not even a middle slice, not even a frostingless slice. Just they take it all. And that's what's happened here. It's that bad in this perspective of things. So let's kind of go step by step as far as, what happened here with this. And again, how I think we're going to be able to avoid this in the future. And certainly I'm sure how John's looking at it and how he can avoid making the same kind of mistake. We also don't know how much he was maybe pushed potentially in this situation by maybe a Coach Carroll coming in and trying to have his own particular want and will in the position at that point, being that, of course, Coach Carroll was the vice president at that time and did have still oversight over these kind of moves. Certainly could have pushed for one of these type of moves. The first lesson that I want to present off of the rip is desperate trades create desperate situations. And this is one that's more kind of downwind of the initial trade itself or the trade not working right, but that this trade was made on the back of desperation, not of one where the team was sitting back there in the offseason and surveying the landscape and thinking about their team building concept. And then, now we shall add Jamal Adams. Not really how it really worked. And it was a little bit more and more of a mode that they had found themselves in recent years of making these last minute sort of trades when you're already into the depths of training camp in order to try to basically plug a hole in the dam. And what I mean by that is that the prior year to adding Jamal Adams, you had Jadeveon Clowney as your main and really just about your own only true force of a pass rush presence on the outside. I know he only got 4 sacks. He was highly double and triple teamed that year. If you go back and look at some of the stats on that, they'll definitely present it. That was there. You signed Ziggy Ansah, who had nothing left in the tank. You were hoping Rasheem Green was going to take steps forward. He didn't take steps forward. You had nothing else there at pass rusher. So when you lost Jadeveon, not only were you losing your best guy, but now it looked like the whole thing was being taken down to the lowest of levels as far as the productivity was concerned. You went into that offseason, you got Benson Mayowa and Bruce Irvin, and they literally came to us, the fans at that point, and they said, no, the pass rush is going to be fine now, because if you look at the production of Clowney and you look at the combined production of Mayowa and Bruce Irvin, this is like getting even better if you look at their overall statistical production. This was silly conceptually speaking, of course, one that I don't think any of the fans were really buying at the time. It had everybody very nervous, but they seemed to feel good that along with drafting a guy in Darrell Taylor who just had a rod taken out of his leg, was going to be fine for the pass rush. They got into training camp, realized very quickly that was not going to be enough, made another trade like they had done with Jadeveon Clowney the prior year, like they had done, I think, 2 years prior to that with Sheldon Richardson, a defensive tackle that they gave up a third-round pick for a rental year of him. They went so and decided to do so again here with the Jamal Adams deal. So it was desperation that was driving you, desperation to not only bring in a guy that's a playmaker like Jamal Adams was at that time, but I think at the forefront of this was to utilize his pass rush ability. Because in that season that you brought Jamal in here, he went from a 6% pass rush blitz rate with the New York Jets, where he was pretty good and efficient. He got his share of sacks at that point, to then he set the sack record, of course, in that first year he was with the Seahawks with 9.5 sacks, but he did so on the back of a 13% blitz rate. So they blitzed him double the rate to get to that type of production. And it was not a type of blitzing that was, fitting within the scheme. So it was just sending him off the edge and hoping he was going to get home and hoping he could build up a little bit of their pass rush off that edge because it was so left wanting with what you had out there. So it was a desperation that drove this trade. And then now downwind of this, you are created with more desperate situations, like last year, for instance, having to go sign in Julian Love. So you have a Jamal Adams insurance policy. It not only becomes about the draft capital you gave up or the expenditures given up there, but then it's also about, okay, now we got to spend more at the safety position just because we got to worry about this guy whose injury history is there, who we can't let go of quite yet because he costs just a little bit too much. And so even more starts to happen down from your initial choice if you do so from that desperate decision standpoint. These kind of trades can theoretically work, but you've got to do it with where you're planning it out on the landscape of, this is how we want to build our team. For instance, the Titans moves A.J. Brown to the Eagles. The Eagles build into their planning of their offseason and their vision of the team in the foreseeable future, having A.J. Brown there on the day of the draft, not in training camp, not later down. The Bills make a trade for Stephon Gilmore, not way down deep into training camp, but in the offseason where they can build it into their team concepts, get Gilmore in there, get him acclimated there to Josh Allen, get them working on the same page. Tyreek Hill. We can go through some more names of trades that have happened like this, but that tends to be a bit of the common denominator when you make these type of trades is you're not making them so desperately in that moment. It's a seller's market essentially as far as from the Jets' perspective was considered here, and one that the Seahawks maybe didn't appraise as much as they probably should have in trying to make this trade. But desperate trades are never a good thing, and that's certainly the one lesson right from the gate that stands out in this one that should be considered and is the easiest one to fix. Get yourself in that little bit of a panic state, hold your ground, take a deep breath, stand back, and reassess things just maybe a little bit on that. Number 2, trade for players that fit your scheme. This is one that I can't undersell enough, and one that I'm really hoping that we have finally learned, because if you're going to take, I think, the 3 worst trades in Seahawks history as far as from the Hawks perspective is concerned, I think that the Jimmy Graham trade, when you consider you not only give up a first-round pick for him, but also Pro Bowl center Max Unger in addition, comes off looking like one of the worst, maybe the 3rd worst if we're putting it in perspective, and Harvin's maybe the 2nd. But in both of the 2 of the 3 worst trades you made, 2 common denominators in both of these trades was the poor utilization of the player you're bringing in. Player A did this with the first team he was with that was so magnificent, you wanted to trade for him. You bring him in, and now instead of having him do the thing he was doing over here, you partially have him do that stuff, but now you mainly more have him do other things. Or maybe you have him do some of it, but then the other things you're having him do are completely outside of his skill set. When Jamal Adams came in here, like I said before, they ended up blitzing him at a super high rate, and they weren't doing so from the same blitz-heavy defense he was coming from with the New York Jets, where they would blitz Jamal from all pathways of the defensive line, right? He's not just coming off the edge. Sometimes it's an A and or B gap. Sometimes it's a delayed rush off the B gap. There's a little sense of artistry in the way that you're sending him. With the Seattle Seahawks, it would be you would have your 4-man fronts, and then they're going to bring Jamal down as the 5th guy. And offenses could come eventually to kind of predict that throughout the year. So it was part of why he became a little less efficient despite setting the sack record, because you didn't really know how to kind of blitz a player in the proper way in utilizing this guy's skill set. The other part of the time that year, you had Jamal then falling back into what was going to be the little bit of the twist of adjustment by Coach Carroll and his defenses during that particular year. They were just coming off a recent season where they had tried to lean into the base model of defense with 3 linebackers on the field at the highest rate in the entire NFL. The transition this season was, okay, we'll move off of some of the cover 3 concepts to transition into more pure cover 2 looks. So it'll be cover 3 and cover 2, and there'll be a little bit of this going back and forth between those two. The problem being, of course, that as we saw that season, Jamal Adams doesn't do so well in a cover 2 look. Say nothing of leaving him in single high situations if you want to try to do that as well. So you just ended up not really utilizing him in kind of the proper way, which is more down around the line of scrimmage. I think some of this is a little bit of the way that the game's transitioned from this type of Jamal Adams player purely, which we'll talk about another given point in a second here. But it does stand out here where you just didn't fit the player to your scheme. And while I just talked to you guys about the fact that he had a 13% blitz rate in that first season with the Seattle Seahawks, by this past season, they had him blitzing under the rate that he was blitzing with the Jets, 5%. So when you did blitz him, you blitzed him like a sledgehammer, and then you got to a point of basically barely sending him. And that was one of the main reasons that you brought him in here to have him do that. And it wasn't because he wasn't doing it bad, by the way. When he was asked to pass rush last year, still was very efficient in playing that kind of role. He just didn't kind of fit to conceptually what Coach Carroll really wanted to do defensively. Good player, just didn't fit to what they wanted to have done there on that side of it. The third thing is, as far as a lesson, and this is one that I'm sure many of you have told me many times over and that I probably was a little reluctant to hear. I've got to own a little bit of my part in this, is that these lessons that I'm talking about learning are not just for the sake of the organization, but even for my sake as a fan and following along with this. I was in favor of the Jamal Adams trade. I was also anticipating, and this has been a big recent problem that I've had with my own outlook at times on the team and where we've been recently, is anticipating change rather than first seeing that change is actually occurring. You know, buying into the fact, okay, they're trading for Jamal. They had the whole Jimmy Graham experience where they moved him from basically a slot wide receiver to a full inline tight end. They'll learn that you can't do that no more. They're not going to do that again. They certainly wouldn't go back down that road once again. Yeah, maybe they would. Okay. I had a hard time anticipating that. One, didn't know they were going to do it. They did it. Say la vie, what are you going to do? If you're going to give up 2 first-round picks and a third-round pick, you better get way more as a player than what you got out of there with Jamal. You were trading for him essentially, as we look at this in retrospect, to be a guy who helps you from a pass rush standpoint off the edge and could be just an overall playmaker, somehow melding into your defensive concepts within that rather than utilizing at most what he does best. But if you're going to move those kind of assets, you better be bringing in so very much more. Now, at the time, Seattle was a perennial playoff team, so those 2 first-round picks looked at by a proverbial team out there wanting to trade with them would have been looked at like, okay, we're going to get 23 and 26 in the next 2 years. So it is a little bit of an anticipation of value and what the team thinks they're going to be maybe getting back in returns on that too. But nonetheless, if you're going to flip that kind of draft capital, you need to be getting more. It would need to be a defensive player of the year type candidate if you're going to bring in a guy like that. First, with Jamal, there was a little bit of that. He can be a defensive player of the year type candidate. But really, I think that was wasn't quite into that realm of things when we made the trade for it. And again, I was as guilty as anybody in thinking maybe that was a bit of the part of this a bit. Number 4, the devaluation of the safety position is right. It is legit. This is one of those positions, and there's, I think, about probably what we got 3 of them heartily right now, I would say. You got the running back position, you got the tight end position, and you got the safety position. And maybe the middle linebacker, but they're doing okay at times too. But at least those first 3 positions are devalued positions in the NFL. And unfortunately for safeties, I'm sorry, guys. I'm not trying to throw shade at you, but the devaluation is correct. And when it comes to the strong safety position, for instance, and the skill set that Jamal Adams brought, that was sort of the skill set of the older school box strong safeties. I come down, I hit, I can blitz, I can cover backs, and I can cover tight ends. The new school strong safety needs to have some skills of a free safety. He needs to be good in the cover 2 drops. He needs to be able to play single high. He needs to be able to drop at depth and be comfortable doing so, not be lost when the ball goes up into the air, as was the case at times with Jamal Adams. So this is a little bit of Jamal being caught at a time of the evolutionary state of the game and the transitioning of the game away from those type of safeties. For instance, James Williams that's coming out this year is a guy very similar in a lot of his skill set to a Jamal Adams coming out of Virginia, or Cam Chancellor coming out of Virginia Tech. Very, very similar players in a lot of respects. Whereas Cam could find a home still at the safety position back 10 years ago, it's almost being talked about in the way that I read him up at this point by NFL evaluators that it goes without saying that he's going to move to linebacker. There's no doubt about it. He's going to linebacker. And that's a little bit about that transition that the game has taken. Linebackers need to be more athletic. Strong safeties need to be able to drop better into space and coverage. Jamal hit about that time, unfortunately. But the truth is the truth, which is the safety position is just not in a place right now where, unless you're getting some kind of damn near ungodly talent, I've got to say I don't know if the value is truly there worth it. Unless you're getting a guy like a Hamilton, for instance, that's giving you such a full, varied skill set of many different things that he can do. They can't just be they do this and they do that, and then there's holes here and there's holes here. That ain't going to get it done on that. And when you even talk about a free safety position, for instance, it's not Quandre Diggs' fault that he's asked to be within his coverage a majority of the time in that single high roll, falling back 30, 40, 50 yards to depth. But unfortunately, that's the reality of that particular defense, and one that leaves that player very more often than not away from the action, away from coming in and having an impact on the play. And thus, with it, should then reduce a little bit of the overall value and expense you're paying for that player, since he's not in 100% of the time. He's got a vital role he's filling, covering a deep center field, taking away post routes, taking away 9 routes, helping out those corners on the edge. But how much is the value there? And I think the devaluation argument that's come into play with these guys is a correct one. Not that there's those guys that are the outliers, but most of the guys that are the outliers have got to be the guys that got a variety of things they're bringing. And that's just not certainly something that we've seen recently here and who we've paid for at the position. Number 6, these kinds of trades need to take you over the top. And what I mean by this is that if you're going to make these kind of trades, it can't be, this is a little bit in tandem with point number 1, but it's also just an additional point that I think is worth getting into a little bit here. And that is that if you're going to go make a big slam dunk trade like this, 2 first-round picks and a third to go up and get your quarterback that's the final fit for the final piece on your puzzle, and you bring him in and he's taking you over the top, or it's a guy you're going to get that's the Packers in 92 when they went out and got Reggie White in free agency. And it's like, hey, here's the guy that goes right over, takes us right over the top. This was not a trade to take you over the top. I want to make sure I'm showing enough humbleness on my part on this. I was wrong in my outlook of this at the time, but the team was also wrong in their outlook of this time. And that this wasn't a player to take you over the top. This was a player to plug a hole in the dam. And that's 2 different points of mindset that I think that they attacked at this trade that is part of what caused its failure. To go get a guy like that, they go up over the top, not, oh my God, but there's a hole there. Go get this guy to fill that hole and give up a whole hell of a lot to go do so. So if you're going to make these kind of trades in the future, it's got to be, and we're talking first round capital trades, first round plus capital trades. That's what I want to define this as, really. Then you've got to make sure that it's a guy that truly you have the team in place. Not a question of we kind of think if they come together down the stretch and everything works out right, and maybe we make a few opponents that kind of are a little bit flailing, then, well, we'll get in, and then anything can happen in the playoffs. No. You got to know you're in that state of mind, that place. It's a little bit like the Niners making the McCaffrey trade and what he was able to come in there and do and bring to their offense. I don't think that they give up a first-round pick, but a second, third, fourth-round pick, very close to just about that compensation on the old Jimmy Johnson chart, if you were. Number 7, rentals are better than first-round trades. This is going to be a bit of a controversial take maybe on my part, because many of you are going to flash in my face the Leonard Williams situation, and we'll see in the next coming days what's going to happen with that. And certainly that one could maybe prove this to be a little bit disproven. What I might offer, if we can maybe find some common ground with those folks that do believe that, is that I'm perfectly happy to throw first and second round grades into this basic category. There have been some success stories recently with teams trading second round players for second round picks, like for instance, the Ravens going and getting Roquan Smith for a second rounder. But let's just drop a little olive branch here between the two parties on this one. So you take out first or second round picks, and I think that that's fine. Those are positions that shouldn't be rentals. Those are really upper end kind of players that you have a potential to go get in a draft at a relatively cheap rate, and that's a lot of value to a team, especially for 4 or 5 years. Sorry, didn't get the phone turned off. So that's a lot of value for the first 4 or 5 years that you shouldn't be giving up for just a rental situation. However, I do think that if we're talking about more of the third round type pick, third, fourth round pick, and you're making or multiple thirds, or where, if you're kind of in that range of things, I think you're in an okay spot to do that. If you're talking about a down the stretch, a rental or a 1 year rental for a season, I look at even the Sheldon Richardson trade or the Jadeveon Clowney trade, not as ones that were supremely in the same aspect of the Adams, because you got your kind of bang for the buck. Third rounders are not always likely to give you a whole lot. Sometimes they will, sometimes they won't. And so having a guy of certainty in a year where you have a position of, in that point, really more vital need, I wouldn't put that in the same camp as these first and second round big swings. And I think that if you do the third or fourth rounder, it still makes a lot of sense on this. As far as if you've got not even the sense of that's got to be a guy to take you over the top. It can be for what Richardson was or what for Clowney was. It's not ideal. I don't want to team build my way around that 24/7. But if you get yourself stuck in the mud a little bit, you're in a little bit of quicksand and you need somebody to throw you a positional rope, well, then that's not the worst way to go to me if you're talking about the third round variety on this. But first and second rounders should not be used in this kind of fashion. And while Jamal wasn't exactly a rental, you brought him in a position basically with 1 year left on his deal, where you were then going to have to make the decision at that point to give him the biggest contract for a safety in NFL history. When we knew coming in, he was already asking the Jets at the time for $20 million a season. This was 4 years ago, folks. He was broaching with the Jets $20 million per year. So it was in a large ways a little bit of that rental situation for what you were going to have to pay down the line, as there was no discounted deal you were getting, as evidenced by the fact we're eating as much dead money as we are. I mean, we're eating quarterback dead money kind of marks here for Jamal. I'm sure it's one of the bigger dead money hits for a positional player in recent history. And probably shouldn't be in that mode. But rentals, it's outside of just it being about Jamal in this. It does, I think, speak to the rentals are a little bit better bang for the buck, even if it's just a year deal. Number 8, and this is the final one on this point for me. The medical risks have to be considered in the cost. And what I mean by that is they can have a clean medical injury report coming from the team. Maybe they even pass a physical. But you as a team have to do an even deeper dive, I think, than you would have done in drafting the players on a particular player. There needs to be more picking and prodding. But beyond even having your doctors throw the stethoscopes on and get the little lights on their head and, tell them to go, beyond even that, I think we have to think about the fact that these teams at times have no issues whatsoever moving, and I don't want to use the word with damaged goods or something like that. That's too harsh, but in a line with that a little bit. In that you've got to go, are they giving me a guy that's necessarily, or they've had some things they've seen with their doctors that make that a part of their equation for why they're trading him. And if that's so, and even if it's not so, I think you just have to build it into the costs a little bit against the other team and saying, hey, look, we're taking this on, but you've got to own up to this a little bit on the risky, neighborhood of this. And maybe the team won't be willing to do that. Maybe there's another team out there that is willing to take those risks on with that. Then you let that team be that team, is what I would say in those situations. From your team standpoint, it's not about now winning the trade or dominating the trade. It's about building in an aspect of the trade that should be part of the valuation for the team moving the other side of it. And one that we did not get as part of this Jamal Adams valuation. One that we did not get as part of the Percy Harvin valuation. One we did not get as part of the Jimmy Graham valuation. This is one of the lessons on the final end of this. This is one that you haven't learned 3 times over, John. And so one to definitely consider on into the future on this, that if a team's moving a guy, even if they're not on the surface telling you, well, he's got bone on his knee. got to operate with a little bit of aspect within the trade of this stuff and trying to determine the cost of, yeah, we're getting something here. We're going to have to change out some spark plugs. We're going to have to probably put in a new timing belt. Yeah. No, it runs like a beauty, They do, no. I know. We're just going to anticipate that into the cost, right? So when you tell me the car's 20, we're going to go maybe the car's 18 and a half because you're going to have to put 1,500 repairs in this off the rip. Yeah. That's all I'm saying on that. But those are my 8 lessons that I believe, hard lessons that I believe our Seattle Seahawks had to learn in this situation. Number 1, desperate trades create desperate situations. Number 2, trade for players that fit your scheme. Number 3, if you're going to trade 2 first-round picks and a third-round pick, by God, you got to net more than what we got back on this. Number 4, the devaluation of the safety position is right. I'm sorry, Quandre. I'm sorry, Jamal. Hate me if you want. Don't hate me, hate the game, though. That's the nature of the sport, the nature of the game where it is. The good news for the safeties out there or guys that are trying to be safeties now in the modern era, the one little bright silver lining you get to this is that with the change of the safety position going from being specialist, free safety sitting up in center field, strong safety down there near the box, now that it's moving away from that and they've got to all do kind of both things across the board in the NFL, that should maybe start to raise a bit of the value of the safety position as teams lean on those players more and more, i.e. like McDonald did with Hamilton in that Ravens defense. So that's the good news maybe for them on the horizon as far as some hope for them to maybe continue to be able to get paid or not get left behind a little bit like the tight ends a bit as far as in the value spectrum of the NFL and who gets paid and who doesn't get paid. So maybe some hope for them on that. Number 5, of course, the devaluation in the safety. Or number 6, these kinds of trades need to take you over the top. Pretty straightforward over that. Number 7, rentals are better than first round trades. I'm still okay with the third round at the deadline. I'm okay with it. Got to go make a move like that. Give up for a go for its point. Hey, I'm okay. It's not the worst thing. And a lot of teams are having to make that kind of move to get them that last player down the stretch. Number 8, the medical risks have to be considered in the costs. Easy to maybe conceptually understand, but haven't been recently driven in the last 3 major trades that John Schneider has made with Jimmy Graham, Percy, Harvin, and Jamal Adams. Now, Graham, of course, had a clean medical history coming in, but obviously had a lot of tread taken off the tires. And with Percy Harvin, of course, he famously came in with a busted hip from day one that was kind of hidden. Kind of hidden. Yeah. Just a little bit. Just a little bit, maybe. Just a little bit. That's all I'm saying. Just a tiny bit. Let's see how you guys are doing tonight. Thank you for tuning into the show this evening. Do me a favor, if you could, for me, please hit that like button. Maybe sub up if you're feeling froggy a little bit. I'd really do appreciate it. Wanted to do just a little concentration on this show tonight and discuss this topic. Let me know what you guys think too in the comments section, if not here in the chat with me below, because I'd love to know the 12th man's perspective. Was there a lesson maybe I didn't consider on this one? This is a trade definitely been thinking about for a long period of time as we've been kind of hoping and waiting for the return to maybe eventually come in some sort of fashion or another, and it just didn't. And it's been definitely a frustrating one because, you know, he was a very fun player to watch with what he did with the Jets. And as I've been talking about with these safeties, you know, there's more of the varied skill set, more of the less traditional skill set you'd see from safeties. You were seeing in him, if not in the way it is of a requirement right now, with more of the coverage component being brought to the forefront at the position. I appreciate you guys watching today. Please hit that like button if you could for me. I would really appreciate it. Duran Everest says if he had stayed healthy, it could have been a different outcome. It very well could have. I still think that I still feel fairly strongly, Duran, that I'm not sure that Coach Carroll would have still used him in the proper position. I think at the base point of that is a little bit of Coach Carroll had a very large hesitancy against blitzing. And I think if you're going to take on Jamal Adams in any basic scheme at the forefront of what you do, you have to embrace blitzing. And conceptually, not a simplified blitzing like those 5-man blitz concepts I was talking about, but the willingness to run confusing stuff pre to post snap. What McDonald does. We'll show you this. We'll come from this direction. We'll pull out that direction. You know, we'll stack the box. We'll drop back to 4. We'll show you a 4 box. We'll come with 8. You know, just just a variety of things like that. Have a good one, Megan. Appreciate the head's feeling better. Brendan says, it sucks he got ruined by those injuries. He could have been way better. He definitely could have been way better, and at the forefront of this, the injury part of it's a big part that does weigh into this game, no doubt about it. I don't want to undersell that part at all because it robbed a lot of what he possibly could have been. I mean, two of the guys yesterday that we released, I think Disley was very much a bit of the same way. Roger says next year he probably retires. He very well might. I'm wondering if where his landing zone is going to be here. People mentioned Cowboys, and maybe they take a bit of a flyer on him at that point and see what he's got. Hopefully he can bounce back. Sometimes these injuries, you give him an extra year and your legs can get a little bit better back under you. Maybe that's possible here. Cooper Mills, hope you're doing well. I've been trying to come to y'all off-season shows. These are my favorite. Who do you think we are? Who do you think we're going to re-sign? Well, thank you for that first, Cooper. Next move coming? Thanks. Woo! Great questions. I think that the next move coming, I think, is going to be Leonard Williams. The Seattle Seahawks freed up additional money today. Finally, Brian Monet, I guess he cleared the physical finally. Brian Monet was released, so a little bit more cash is freed up for your Seattle Seahawks at this point. You have all the money in the world here to sign Leonard Williams, if that is the team's want, and I can't see how it can't be with how he played down the stretch. Say nothing of the fact of, I think, how hard it's going to be to pull that guy in on the open market. But I think that's going to be your next move to come on in here. I do think that Bobby Wagner's going to, I know with Carroll gone, maybe that makes it look less likely for him to come back. But I think with having to do so much addressing at the linebacker position as it stands already right now, where you have three guys that you've got to bring in here and get set up if you don't get Bobby, potentially. Jordan Brooks is a possibility on this too, which would probably push Bobby out as well, I think. But I believe it's those two next, if I was to make a guess. Not a lot of basing it on, just kind of just a bit of a guess. But thank you, Cooper. I'm glad you could catch the show live. Ran the Cat, how you doing? So pull a hand grenade, ZZZ. Zzz. Josh, I'd also like to see Jadeveon Clowney return. I would be a very, very happy guy to see him back here. And boy, you talk about the first problem I talked over the top being the desperation drove the Jamal Adams trade. You would be in a very much opposite state going into this upcoming season if you brought in a guy like Clowney to me. Because Clowney comes in, and now you're Clowney, Uchenna, Boye Mafe as your three rotational points, and then you've got Derek Hall coming in as your fourth. I think that is that would be very close to a dominant crew at that point. And you can keep them fresh and rotating them out. Wasn't a surprise for me this year to see Clowney finally getting, as part of one of the reasons I love Mike McDonald is I've loved Jadeveon Clowney for a long period of time. Anybody that's followed this channel knows that. And I've always said that he's not had the coach who's used him right through his career. Many can attest to the fact that I for years said that. Like you guys are looking at him in this kind of bust status outlook. Some people were, I go, that's not really the outlook with Jadeveon Clowney. What it is that he has these coaches that get, so enthralled by all the things that he can do without just putting him into a formatted role to let him get set loose. And we did in our year that we had him here. Carroll did use him right. I don't think that Carroll misaligned him. He was the Leo for us, and he was out on that, out on that edge on the blind side, and go let him rip. The problem here with us is we didn't have any of the pass rushers to take some of the heat off. So, Clowney this year, you just couldn't concentrate on Clowney and double and triple team him because of all the stack fronts the Ravens were throwing at you. A lot of the upside of the stack fronts is it pulls the double and triple teams off of the defenders and gives them the one-on-one opportunities to really go and get after it. Not to mention, of course, you've got Adafe and Madubuike and even Pierce to a degree that can handle their own weight on side if you're going to free them up that much by, trying to put so much of a double team over onto Clowney's side. But he got used finally fully right this year, unleashed fully right this year with the right kind of system around him and showed what he could do. Sedazashian, Sorry, Sedadashin, if I mispronounce it. That's a tongue twister. Quarterback-rich draft. Top 5 picks could be potential game changers if they make it to the right team. Would be very disappointed if we don't pick a quarterback at 16 or move up to get one. Some really good quarterbacks for sure in this one. I think this is the best draft, especially for the top-end talent quarterbacks that we have seen for quite a few years. I don't know what I would go back, probably back to the Mahomes, Josh Allen draft. Didn't they both come out in the same one? Maybe going all the way back to that one. I think that you had a Baker in that one too, if I'm not mistaken. You'd probably have to go back to something like that one as the last one that was this talented. And I do think that there's going to be a run on these guys, Sedashin. You're definitely looking first 2 picks being quarterbacks. I don't know if either of those 2 teams are even in the market to make a trade. And then you're probably looking at least 3 other quarterbacks taken between when you pick and 16. And so the Hawks are going to have to, I think, move up if they want to get one of those top really true 5 guys, depending on what, of course, anyone's outlook is on J.J. McCarthy. Look at the switch. I don't think Clowney wanted to stay in Seattle. Clowney would have been willing to stay in Seattle, flick the switch. He would have been willing. So, look, that's my one player connection I've had. So I've said it for a while. That was the one guy I've been able to, when I was playing video games, hook up with online and chop it up with him a little bit. So, no, it wasn't fun with the defensive scheme at times, philosophy-wise, with the predilection of playing the run. But he liked playing here. It's about, we just didn't have the money to pay him. Our cap situation was in the place it was in, and he was looking to get paid. Been kind of a gun for hire the past couple of years. Sip2 Tally Films, me too. I don't like change, laughed out loud. What's up, Sip2 Tally? How's it going? Good to see you, man. I got over 200 on the prospect list, man. I'm grinding tape right now. Dayatel, I hope we never give a monster contract to a safety again in Adams and the whole Earl Thomas nightmare holdout situation. Yeah, you definitely had some, but to your point, Dayatel, some bad money out the books on some of your safeties. And this again comes back to that point I was making in my opening statement on this, that here's a lesson here you got to learn, which is that safeties can get mad about it, but you're devalued until you're not. And if it's still a matter of, you do this or you just do this specific thing and you're not a multifaceted safety who can run that split cover 2 shell stuff to the nth degree, you're going to make what you're going to make. And you got to be willing as a team not to go over the top for that. Josh says, no need to trade up in a quarterback stack class. Russ was a 3rd rounder and flourished because we built a team. I'm with you on that, Josh. I'm not a big guy on trading up myself. To your point on that, I can understand the sentiment to do so, and I'm not going to cry if we did so. But I think that I'm more about getting the team put into the right place. I think that we are in a little bit of an early state as far as looking at a quarterback rather than going this draft to take one. I know it's a quarterback-rich draft, but I don't think you have the offensive line in place to allow a young quarterback to flourish, to use your words, Josh, that would be required if you're going to go take a QB at this point. I've been. Harborside, how you doing, man? It's good to see you in the house. Chris says, I wanted to trade for Mika FitzPatrick over Adams, but Pete beat us to him. See, Mika would have been, I think, a better fit because with Minka, you were going to take him from the Dolphins, who were doing everything with him and not utilizing him in the correct fashion. It's again just where sometimes a guy's skill set can be so nice in that multifaceted point that you get overload with it, where he really just needed to be more of that pure free safety guy that he's been with the Steelers, who can give you some different skills like free safety. He can break out of free safety, give you some man stuff. He doesn't have to just be pure over the top guy out there. But the Steelers are smart, and that's why they've had great defenses there for years. They use their players defensively in the right ways. And that helped out Minka, I think, by streamlining a little bit of his responsibilities. I think they're having him like linebacker, slot, free safety, strong safety. I think even got some corner snaps at times. So Minka was nice, though. Minka was real nice. Megan says, Hawks Nest, what question due to migraine? What's the difference between strong safety and free safety? A free safety is typically going to be to the weak side of the formation in their alignment. They're going to be, in traditional standpoints, 16, 17 yards off the ball. They're typically going to be dropping to depth, sometimes to center field, sometimes to just feel, Megan, who's running the deep route on which side of the field. Like Earl, he was renowned for being that center fielder that could go sideline to sideline. So they typically are away from the line of scrimmage. That's why you don't tend to see them on the screen post snap. They'll disappear up out of the screen. They don't have as much usually run responsibilities, traditionally speaking. Strong safeties, traditionally speaking, tend to be on the strong side of the formation. Or in simple terms, Megan, the tight end side of the field, right? Wherever the tight end side is, typically that's going to be your strong side. Not always, but just to kind of give you a cheat for that. So the strong safety comes down. Usually he's about 9 yards, 7 to 9 yards off the ball versus the free safety, who's used typically with a little bit more depth. And then he comes down into the box, usually post snap, as typically, if not an eighth man in the box, kind of a buzz defender, flat route defender. But a guy that typically does his work 15 yards and in around the line of scrimmage. It's changing now, Megan, to what's the split safety look, which is now both safeties in their alignment are basically aligned in the same place, which is 12 yards off the line of scrimmage. So you could draw a line between them. Now they're both 12 yards off the line of scrimmage, and both have to inherit basically the same duties that you would typically ascribe to either free safety or strong safety in the past. Look at this way. James Williams would be a great pick at a low fourth or high fifth. You can run him at third safety in McDonald's scheme. I'd love him, Flick. You could fit him right into the Hamilton role. If coach is in the house, I'm sure that he would attest to this as well, that I don't think that he lasts outside the third at this point. I would be very surprised. Trey Sidebites, how does today's release affect our draft priorities? D-line, linebacker, and D-secondary all need work and have to develop chemistry. Indeed, they do, Trent. Part of why I think having back Bobby helps you a little bit to that point as you build up the other things you talked about. I don't think the Brian Monet release means much to that, because I don't think that you could have counted on Brian Monet for much of anything at this point. You are in a place that defensive line-wise, I wouldn't push back or argue against the people that say we need to do more as far as our defensive line goes. I'm with those folks. I say offensive line, defensive line, linebacker. Those are my three priorities going into this offseason. But we're also not in disarray there. Jaron Reed showed he could bounce back into being a functional one-tech last year. He ate too many snaps as the year went along. He wore down as the season went along, but he gives you a good functional player off the one-tech. Cam Young started to come a little bit on stronger during the year last year. Certainly didn't have like the kind of lost season a little bit that Derek Hall had on his end of things. So he at least gave you some functionality from the one-tech. If you sign Leonard Williams, then you have Leonard Williams, Draymond Jones, and Mike Morris at the three-tech. That's the one thing where I see Seahawks fans pushing for three-techs like Byron Murphy, and I go, well, if you signed Leonard Williams, now if you miss Leonard Williams, we're open for business. Chris Jenkins, Byron Murphy, Zerzon Newton, come on down. But if you sign Leonard Williams, now you're three-stack deep at your three-tech, you're two-stack deep at the one-tech. So these are needing to be priority positions to a degree. But in a lot of ways, too, we've got something to build upon there. They don't have to be ones where we have to just throw everything in the kitchen sink at it to deal with it. Now, linebacker may be a different story, Trent, where you might have to sign a big market deal, draft two guys in addition. That one's going to definitely take some time. But I don't think the release today affects much. What's up, CMC? I know how you feel about losing that second round pick, Megan. I feel you. Riverside, I wonder what happens with Bobby at this point, too. It's going to be very interesting to see how they play that one. Yeah, we're not trading DK. This Diggs tweet this week was everything. I love his sense of humor. He's our Baldwin on the D. He is very funny. He took it very much in stride. You got to give the guy credit for that. It's not got to be easy. Look, as it says, if we re-sign Big Cat, how long is the contract going to be? 3 years. I don't think he gets a 4-year deal on the open market. CMC, what position would Pumpkin play? Well, she started out year 1 or 2 really with a strong argument to be a move tight end. I think she's eaten her way into the interior part of the offensive line. Part of it's my fault. But I think at this point, she's just trying to take up space and getting those twitchy pass rushers' way. Zen Lunatic, Russ is going to start his residency in Vegas. I thought that was Sierra, Zen Lunatic. Grant Billups says, Bobby's lost a step. Let it go. Sideline to sideline isn't there. It's not as much a reverence for Bobby. It's more of the bang for buck thing. I don't think that he had as bad season, Grant, in my opinion, as some Hawk fans are presenting from last year. I think, in fact, he had a pretty solid season. I wouldn't try to take back from you and say that there's not some loss of quickness there with Bobby or maybe even long speed, but I don't think that it's become where he's running like 4.8 as sometimes is getting presented out there a little bit. And I think that he's still a very good player. Much like with Jaron Reed, when you get an older player that you play for too many snaps, and that Hawk defense basically played an additional game and a half on defense when you measure up their snap count against basically the league average, the guys are going to get wore down. Guys are going to not look as fast as that time goes along. But it's also indicative of the fact that this isn't just happening in a vacuum, Grant. It's also about the fact you have to find 3 middle linebackers this offseason. You need a starter, you need your will, then you're going to need another backup on top of that. And it's hard to just build that all from the bottom zero, especially if you're looking to keep some kind of cohesion and continuity from the prior. Johnny Utah, Jamal missed 2 games before coming to Seattle. The injuries were unforeseeable and happened while he was in a Seahawks uni. Yeah, but let's just take the shoulder injury, for instance. Jamal referenced that he had the same shoulder injury going back to high school. Or does the medical staff talk about those shoulder injuries as being a higher propensity if you bring a guy in like that? And it really wasn't for me, Johnny, about you have to be aware of every medical issue. You want to be on every one of those P's and Q's. It's more about the anticipation, even when it doesn't exist there, that this has to be built within the trade value. That just because a guy's been healthy prior to coming here doesn't mean that that's where he's going to be coming forward. And a lot of these teams have taken the road. My specific point being on this, Johnny, is that if they've got some background information that those shoulders aren't looking good, or that knee ain't looking good, or his GPS times have been going down across the board, or that you've got to, they're giving him away for a reason too. That's also got to be built into there. Whereas we paid prime pump prices for Jamal Adams. John Stillwell in the house. What's up, John? Says Brandon, maybe a video about the salary cap might be as good as it's so poorly understood. Just a thought. I do think it would be a good one to do, John. At the very least, I can kind of send folks to reference it when we have sometimes the confusion that'll exist over it. So great suggestion. And I think especially right now with where the cap situation is in the next couple of years, it's going to be a key point worth understanding for the Hawks faithful, because people are going to want to have the team maybe going forward at a certain time where we're not maybe in a position to do so as much, because we've got to kind of clear the books and clear the money and get ourselves into a very healthy cap state essentially. And we're not far away from getting to there, but as we saw in the last couple of days, John, and I know you'll attest with the accounting background, you got to do some housekeeping sometimes, And Zen Lunatic, you're good, man. We're good. DJ, what I think I saw is when Jamal was on the field, the rest of our D seemed to fall apart. It feels like he always was off threw off the chemistry. I've been saying that since the beginning. Yeah, I think that's a little bit goes to me, DJ, of the part where you say, how do you use a guy best? How do you position him best? And maybe there's a potential here that Jamal's just the ultimate freelancer that ends up annoying you because he'll never just stay on point. And there were rumors of that going back to the Jets. I don't know if it's the truth or not. That they would try to have him, make sure he's on his task and his keys and all of that stuff. And he just kind of do his own thing a little bit, and go off those instincts. That could be a part of the case here a little bit. I think that was also part of what you had to embrace if you were going to bring on Jamal, is kind of embrace the chaos, that this is a guy that you bring up to sort of freelance and feel things around the line of scrimmage. That's what makes him as a player. And with that brings, from a defensive coach standpoint, a little bit of a requirement of you to pull back the reins off of him a little bit, and let him run wild and free a little bit in the fields, for lack of a better term. And, that's what you've kind of signed up for. And if you don't want to sign up for that, then you don't. That's that whole forcing a guy into your defense, loving his skill set, but then being like, yeah, but we're going to make him do this and this and this and this. Like, no, you loved his skill set, You fell in love with her. Don't get mad at what made you fall in love with her. I'm going to bring up a bad comparison here, but it's just, that's what brought you to her. So don't be mad about what you got in that. And there's a little bit of, I think, that going on. Because to your point, DJ, I think the rest of the defense is playing very task assignment oriented. And so that starts to look very, I'm trying to think of the right word here, but just it looks very just, whoa, these two parts aren't going together. Like you said, the chemistry looks completely off because one guy's just doing the freelance and all the others are kind of right on their point. And you're seeing the very hole that gets opened by the one guy kind of, freelancing his way around a bit. AI, how you doing? Graham Billups says, I think Clowney would come back for McDonald. I hope he does. I don't think he's going to cost a lot. It's another good bang for buck deal. I mean, Clowney's never really gotten the big deal. Maybe he finally gets it after this year, but he's not necessarily as young as he once was. So, I think he would, Megan. I haven't talked to him in a while, so I don't I still got him on my friends list on the gaming thing, but I haven't been on necessarily with him a bit, so not sure. Possible. I think having McDonald here definitely helps. He didn't leave under bad blood, Zen Lunatic. He just wasn't going to get paid here what he could get paid on the open market. And he's been kind of doing the gun for hire thing to year in and year out make sure he's getting paid. He's kind of taking the risk on himself and, gone with it. So JT says Clowney's way past his prime. Get some young bloods, move on. Well, that's where you've got, to me, JD, a little bit of you have the young bloods. You've got Brian Monet and you've got Derek Hall, who are your young up-and-coming guys. And Uchenna Nwosu is not even young. You've got your kind of starters, everything set. You're not bringing him in to be the same piece he was going to be 4 years ago, where he's essentially the backbone of your whole pass rush unit. You bring him in to fit into the rotation of things a little bit. And so the fact that he's a little bit older and he's not 34, 35 years old, he's like 30 years old, doesn't mean that I don't think you couldn't find a good role within that deal. And I don't know about past his prime, JT. He just had the best season of his career last season. Oh yeah, Grenade, since we didn't split the Jamal contract, we get the whole thing this year and don't owe anything in 2025, right? Correct. Little Drip says, well said about Clowney. Thank you, Little Drip. John says, how about the sneaky move of releasing Adams and Diggs the day Russell gets cut? Very, very good timing, John. It's like that. What do they do? You release news on a Friday, which I guess they didn't do that necessarily, but definitely good, I guess, to clear it all at once and get it right off the table and, no talking again about it a little bit. But yeah, pretty sneaky. That's a good way of putting it. JC says in next year, Clowney will have 4.5 sacks. So what? We'll get into it. It's JT. It's not about making Clowney a centerpiece guy. And maybe it's the misunderstanding on this one. It's you go and get a guy at value. You're not looking to go sign a guy in the open market on a 4-year, $90 million deal off the edge. You'd be looking to go get a guy in a 2-year, $15 million role. And you've got your guys in-house to be your starters. You need to get some depth in there as well. The reason why for this, JT, is a lot for the reasons that I spoke about at the top of the show, with this being that the team has had some problems in recent years where they go and they look at their pass rush and they go, okay, we're going to count on that, we're going to count on that, and that's going to be enough. And this runs very much opposite to their approach back in the Legion of Boom days, where let's just leave the secondary out of the picture for a second. You built your defensive lineup. You built it proper. You had early down guys that would come out there like Red Bryant or McDonald or McDaniel, not McDonald, to me, Mix. You'd have McDaniel down there, the big guy down there to be your, kind of three tech early down alongside Brandon McBain. And then you'd flip out Brandon McBain and Michael Bennett would come in there, and, you'd have early down guys, late down guys, NASCAR package. You had a crew of guys. It wasn't about one guy. It wasn't about just this impact here. It was about all of them coming through. And you can hate on Clowney, but he's been a very proficient player throughout the course of his career. Does the first round pick, being the number 1 overall selection in the NFL draft, loom large over his head, and that people want to see Myles Garrett? People want to see this Micah Parsons-like player that can have that kind of impact? Maybe I think so. But is that fair to him and what he is? It doesn't mean he's a bad player. And it's not always about, again, just the number of sacks. It's about pressures. It's also about, do you command double teams if you're not getting the sacks? JT, he had 4 sacks in the year he was here, but he was our best player defensively that year. And a lot of the reason he wasn't getting those sacks was being double and triple teamed. Are there players that can still go get production that are double and triple teamed and go get, 15, 17, 19 sacks a season? Sure. Is it a lot harder to do so when you're getting that many blockers, putting that much responsibility to simply just you? Yeah, big time. It also means you're having a proper effect on that offense, even if you're not having a statistical impact on that offense. Barry Zatoro, thank you for being a member of the Hawks Nest for 31 long months, man. Almost 3 years, Barry. Let's go. Suspicious Stench, thank you for being a member of the Hawks Nest for 15 long months. I appreciate you for that as well. Almost 2 years you're getting into over there. Loving these off-season moves so far, he says. I agree with you. I'm feeling them. I'm loving what I'm seeing from everything we've done so far. I can't pick much of anything apart. They're not sitting onto the old here at this point. You can see that they're turning this thing over. They're trying to hit that bit of that reset button in the proper fashion, and they're not getting sentimental about it, which is it's something that can upend you in football at times, which I think maybe upended us in a small way at times in the past. So they're making the tough moves at this point. They're smartly made, and hopefully they can keep stacking these up. Suspicious Stench as we now find ourselves right there on the edge of getting into free agency on Monday morning. Josh Gladzo, Joe, thank you for the $10 donation, Josh. Very kind of you for that. I really do appreciate it. Says, excited to be part of the chat tonight. Been watching your channel for many years now. From chomping at the bit to get back to Portland, Alaska, to having you beat the Heat in Arizona. Always go Hawks. Well, thank you so much, man. I really do appreciate that. Long time listening, first time caller, long time listener kind of thing there, Josh. Thank you for the $10 donation. And that's a wide variance there. You're all the way from Port of Alaska down to the heat of Arizona. That is a crazy disparity of freezing to melting to a bit of all in between. But I love the thought of people listening to me, man, wherever you may be in all different parts of the world and all different edges. Maybe it's the cold of night and you just got my singular voice talking through what's going on with the Hawks. I think that's awesome. That's awesome. And it's part of what I love doing this, because I can just kind of picture that at times out there. So, I'm picturing you out in the boat, man. Alaska, dark night, snow falling sideways, me breaking down the next free agent signing, But thank you so much, Josh. And it's great to have you in the chat, man. I'm hoping to get more and more of these shows going as we go through the off season, and definitely as we get in the season this next year, getting a little bit more of the uptake of even if just some quick in and out shows at times, just to give some more opportunity for folks that I know sometimes can't make those chats at the traditional times that we do them, But thank you, Josh. Very, very kind of you on the donation. Barry with a $5 donation. Thank you, Barry. And again, thank you for your membership as well to the channel. It says, ever since the release, my mood has been the smiling Ron Paul waving his hand in the air. It's happening. Well, thank you for the $5 donation, man. And we were playing with these notions, weren't we, a couple months ago, where we were saying, man, here's your dead money on the books. Here's what you got to get off the books. Like, let's get this parsed off, let's get this taken out. And the team is the ones that were the most important ones to get done. They've gotten done now. There was no reason to hold on to Brian Monet. It wasn't a smart contract to give out at the time. It's not bad to make just bad decisions. That's going to happen. No organization is going to go out there and make the proper choices and do everything perfectly right, even the smartest of ones. The key is being able to pivot and recognize when you've made a poor decision. And that's what they're doing with these releases here. Not that Quandary is important, but just the fit with Mike McDonald, the cost of safety, right? It's this is just this business. It's not personal. It's not personal. It's business. That's all this is. And they're taking the right mode here of, hey, this ain't right for us. We did it at the time for reasons here, but this just haven't worked. Keep on moving down the road now at this point. And that's probably part of what's got you smiling like Ron Paul, waving his hands in the air. And it's got me smiling as well, Barry. I'm loving it too, man. Thank you for the donation. I appreciate you on that. Josh, you as well, man. Very kind of you guys. Grant says McDonald put him in the right place to succeed. If you can get him for cheap, that's how you win the rotational D-line. Don't forget how we won a championship. Grant, beautifully put, brother. Beautifully put. I couldn't have put it any better than you just did with that. And that's my outlook on it as well. I think we get caught up at times in the Myles Garretts and the TJ Watts and the Micah Parsons and go get one of them. Crosby, go get one of them. It's lovely to have one of those. A little bit like the star quarterback. It's great if you can get one. Don't get me wrong. I ain't turning them down. I ain't kicking them out of bed. as I say, proverbially speaking. But you can also build a really great defensive line with a rotational one, and one that's built with its depth brought into play as much as the strength of its star power. And that's what you're advocating for, Grant. And that's what I'm advocating for as well. Jamarcus White, not going to lie, B, my perspective has changed on Penix. He's a perfect fit for what we would do in our offense, and I feel he would maximize DK. Although his concerns are glaring, give him a chance. Jamarcus, I'm not going to be angry if we take Michael Penix. He comes with risk, but I think that the bringing in Grubb takes you a long way in the direction of making sure that you're going to do things correctly if you take Michael Penix. I have worries with him. Biggest concerns with me is him dealing with pressure and him trying to throw on the move. Those are my big spots where I go, man, the accuracy just goes right down the second he's got to start to move to his right too much. But his arm is legit. The power, the snappiness of his throws, the accuracy, the ball placement, throwing with anticipation. Check. It goes down the list on that all the way down the list. And the fact that you have Grubb here, he knows the faults and the pluses, the good, the minuses of Michael Penix. He's not going to get it twisted. And so he will make sure that he goes, look, we got to get the line in here if we're going to do this. We've got to have this block this way. We've got to do this to take advantage, or you're going to have the worst part of him. First, another team, Jamarcus, that's getting Penix blind and doesn't know what he does well, has to go through that whole learning process with him. So Grubb's presence here would make me feel a lot more warm and comforted if they go that route with it. But I'm with you, man. He's a legit target, Jamarcus. He's a legit guy to me to be a first-round quarterback, and he comes with risk, and there's going to be that injury, factor that you can't undersell as well. But hey, he's earned his spot to be picked here. He's done the work to be in this position. John Stillwell, the Adams deal, last one was as bad as most. It was. I do think it definitely has its place, John, as being up there in one of the worst in NFL history. There's going to be others that certainly have, I think, a bigger stake to claim. Of course, the Herschel Walker deal, the Wilson deal, the Deshaun Watson deal is looking like it might take the number one prize on this one, John. But the Jamal one's going to be up there too. And when it gets referenced, when they do one of those NFL shows, John, that they do on the NFL channel where they're like, top 10 trades that went to hell. It's going to be like, number 7, the Adams, whatever they do. It'll be something like that. Zen Lunatic, is anyone signing Adams? Dallas Cowboys. But that's because Jerry's going to tell you, look, I've watched Jamal Adams since he was a young man, right? I wanted him back in the day. He went to LSU. I said, well, come be a Longhorn, Jamal. That's what I said to him. I said, nope, I go to LSU. That's where I got to be. You're going to come home eventually. All right, son. Son, you're coming home eventually. Now's the time he's coming home. Jamal coming to Texas. He going to have that star on his helmet. He going to have that Adams star on his helmet. He going to be a cowboy. I don't know if he'll be a good cowboy, but he'll be a cowboy. Nagasa says there's no way Penix gone in the first round. Mm-hmm. I want to see you on draft day here, Nagasa, when he's picked at number 11. I want to see you giving me the 2 thumbs up in the chat emoji. Have yourself a good one, John. John says Quandre will be signed, but he declined after that injury, so money will be shorter. Yeah, I think he'll get maybe a 2-year deal, I could see. But the money's going to be much different, John, to your point. We're talking like $4 million a year, maybe $5 million a year, something like that, low end deal. But he'll go somewhere. Yeah, you're right about that. Hope you're having a good night, John. Snail says, as far as chemistry, we get extra week of practice because we have a new head coach, don't we? I think there's something to that. I think that's right. Nagasa says, show me a player taken in the first round with 2 ACL tears. Definitely doesn't happen too often. I can go through and I'd have to think about it deep, Nagasa. I'm sure I could find some examples somewhere, but quarterback position's a little bit of a different position when valuing that versus other positions and taking that risk with the 2 ACL tears, because quarterback's such a valuable one, and a team might look at the ACL tears on a QB not being as worrisome as they would be with another position that has to rely on cutting and running full bore and, doing a lot of that, especially for a guy in Penix that's a real pocket passer in his approach. But I don't want to say it's not a part of the process. It is, Nagasa. I think it's going to be factored in, but the tape is so good and the 2 years of production have been so excellent that does start to weigh in over the top of that stuff. We'll see if I'm wrong on this, but I feel very, very good about the fact that it's pretty much getting locked in here pretty much that he's going to be taking the first 20 picks minimum. Little Drip says, I'm out on Penix for the first round. If he's in the 3rd or 4th round, pick him up. Just worried about those knees. Look at Abe. I know he's heavier, but NFL is tough on them knees. You guys bring up good points. I wouldn't push back, man. I understand that. I'm not saying I'm wanting to take him, by the way. I've been a guy saying if I'm in the general manager's room, I'm not taking Penix. And for some of the reasons you guys are mentioning as well, because we don't have the offensive line in place to protect him right. But I get where you're coming from. I still think he goes in the top 20, though. Zen Lunatics, Bobby's going to the 49ers. All the rest of the Legion of Boom going there. Brando says, expecting to re-sign Leonard Williams. Would you be interested in pairing Grover Stewart next to him? I don't know what his expected contract is, but the thought of those two on the D-line would help the run tremendously. Definitely would be some big time expenditures you're putting into the position at that point, because Williams is going to cost you $16 million a year, $17 million a year. Grover's going to be about $10 million a year, and he is kind of a run stuffing, one tech only guy. That's his role. So you're spending a lot of money at that point at the position. Now, Hawks could very well just sign those 2 guys and be like, we're done on the interior defensive line at this point. We're 3 deep on both sides as far as 1 tech and 3 tech. We're good. So it would allow you to do that, Brando, which would set you up in the draft and not be driven back to those, having to go back to the defensive line, which may be ultimately a benefit to Seattle if they, in their outlook of this, I could see how, because I think a lot of teams are going to position themselves to jump in a lot of the 3 techs in this draft. JD says, modern medicine, ACLs are bionic now. You feel like they're getting to that spot, don't you? Every guy's a little different. Bryony, the Hawks Nest, Pumpkin, best center in the league now that Kelsey's retired. She is. I got to have her start to grow the Kelsey beard. Imagine if cats could grow some orange Jason Kelsey beard. Doodle Bob, is Christian Wilkins a possibility? Would you go for it? Yeah. Absolutely. He's more of a one-tech guy in there that can give you a little bit of pass rush, so he's a bit of a different player than Leonard Williams, but the draft is well-stocked with 3 techs. So if you went with Wilkins and then went and got a guy in the draft in the first, third round that was a 3-tech, that maybe wouldn't be the worst of ways to possibly go on this as a process for them. But Wilkins, really complete player, really strong at the point of attack, able to hold up in the run game, hard to move, even against double teams. It's Peltz. Where do you feel Quandre and Adams will end up next season? Oh, great questions. I do think Jamal Adams just ends up with the Dallas Cowboys because it just feels like a Dallas Cowboy move to me. Just kind of feels like one that's like, yeah. How about Quandre going back to Detroit? How about Diggs going back to Detroit? Brian Branch, more of a strong safety type in their future there. I don't know. I haven't looked at their safety situation, but what about that? Hey, yo, Brando, what do you think? Why do you think John is taking all of Jamal's cap hit this 1 year? Isn't post-June 1st a better choice? It's a decision to go one way or the other, so it's not equivalent, that's for sure, AI. I think that John's looking at a new coach coming in and the new systems that he has to put in place, both on the offense and defensive side of the ball, and he's saying, is there a high likelihood that this all clicks into place this year and that we become competitive this year? And the answer to that is not maybe a high likelihood. Is there a possibility of it? Sure. High likelihood? Maybe that's a bit of a leap. And if that's a leap, and you've got bad money to take on the books in general terms, then you would say, well, take the bad money on the books in the year that we're not maybe likely to compete. You look at that verse AI 2025, which coming into the day, 2 days ago before all of these releases, your cap space for 2025 was sitting with the 28th or the 28th least, however you want me to put that, amount of cap space in the entire NFL versus the rest of the competition. So these were house cleaning moves, but they were also house cleaning moves to set the stage better for 2025 to put yourself in a better cap situation. Because if you take that dead money of $20 million for Jamal Adams and split it into 2, sure, you free up the $10 million from this year's cap, but then you're losing $10 million more off of 2025's cap. And that was something that I think that the team couldn't really afford to do at this point. So there are just few little minor reasons that all add up to the major reason why you take on the cap hit this year in the now. JT, the deal is Bo Nix has started in 60 college games, big games, tight games, all types. Has seen all through. He's a shut. Yeah, I think he's going the first round too. He has, as Miss said, been called a check down merchant. Yui says forcing players into what they want instead of letting them do what they do is a Seahawks speciality. See, Jimmy Graham, it was a problem for many years here. CMC, my orange boy is on day 2 recovery from vet visit, neutered. Is he forgiving you yet, CMC? Has he forgiven you? Has he given you the pass yet? Perfume by Sabin. Did you just say we have Monet? We released Monet Perfumery. No, we don't have Monet. Cam Young was maybe I might have accidentally said Monet and meant Cam Young if I said that. I have Monet on the brain. But he got cut. People are Moneting about it. Oh, let's go. Barry Satora with another $2 donation. Thank you for that, Barry. Is Eskridge still on the roster? He asks. Still on the roster, but maybe the team is kind of slow playing this one a little bit down to the wire of the trade deadline. You know, we got the 3 guys yesterday and then Monet today, and maybe Eskridge is tomorrow. You know, maybe he's the next guy up. I would be very surprised to see Eskridge still on the roster, but there's one thing that we might see on this a little bit is that we get to find out which guys are kind of John's guys by those being the players that John still maybe potentially through this process holds on to, even those guys that haven't necessarily been particularly productive recently. It could be the case there with Eskridge, but I think that it's a likelihood, Barry, here that sooner or later he is going to be eventually clipped off the roster. As much as the price that you'd save with him at this point, it's that he's just literally taking a roster spot up versus a guy that just being healthy could help you more than what he's giving you, even if it's just by special teams value alone. And hard to see going in the future him being a healthier player versus what he's been so far, which has been pretty tragically injured. Appreciate you, Barry, so much, man, for all those donations. Random McDaniel, thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate you as well. It's great to see you in the house, brother. He says, you did a show on a way for the Hawks to make cap space. Did they basically follow your blueprint? I have a feeling we make a splash or two. It's been in close proximity. I was advocating for, definitely saying that the most important ones were Quandre Diggs, Jamal Adams, and Brian Monet, because those were going to basically save you the most cumulative money. I didn't have Disley on there, but can understand if that was a route they went Randall. I didn't know they were going to take themselves down to like no tight ends on the roster, but it makes sense. I get where they're coming from with it. You're wanting to hit the reset button and get just any bad money in the books you consider, get it out that first year of a reset. Completely understandable. I did also have Eskridge and Ballure as my other two additional guys that I was anticipating the team was probably going to cut. So I think that there's still about a good $3.5 million more that they could just trim away between those two guys if they want to create some more space here. But maybe they're not feeling impelled to do so right now at the moment, Randall. Maybe it's something that they're just going to kind of keep in the back hip to pull out down the line. Definitely could make a splash move, man. You get Leonard Williams, that's going to be a big splasher. But then if you go get your Patrick Queen or you do a Jordan Brooks, that would technically be another pretty big splash move. You've instantly at that point taken on two of the top 6 biggest contracts on your books on the team with just those two signings alone being either Brooks or Queen at that point, if that's the route that they go. So definitely there could be some splash moves coming down the line here in free agency. I will say that outside of Draymond Jones, Randall, they have historically speaking been very conservative in free agency in this kind of tier 1 phase of things, wave 1 phase of things. So I don't know. I think John's going to be sitting a little bit on the money to a degree. I think he's going to be a little patient with it, but you never know. You never know on this, Randall. Somebody was saying like yesterday with us, go get Wilkins and then pair him next to Williams. What does that do for your defensive line right there? It could work. Could work going some crazy route like that. Something we're not even anticipating. I don't even know what. She could be wearing. I don't even know. But thank you, Randall. I appreciate you for that, man. And have yourself a great. I hope you're having yourself a great night. Marcus B28, thank you for the $5 donation. Marcus, very kind of you. Small world. Speaking of the guy, I just walked past Jamal Adams in a restaurant here in Dallas. There we go, man. There we go, Marcus. 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon, man. That's how that works, Kevin knows Jamal, who knows you. And I don't know how that works. But there he's already in Dallas, man. See, he's already down there in Texas getting ready to go on and become a Dallas Cowboy. He's got Jerry there saying, I know what they did to you down there. I know what they did to you in Seattle, all right? I know what they did. We ain't going to do that to you here, all right? You can come in here. We're going to use your right, all right? No cover 2, all right? I know that. No cover 2, all right? We're going to put you down there by that box, Jamal. You just going to go down there and do what you want. I'm going to tell the coaches, I'm going to say, Jamal does what he wants. All right. So don't worry about none of that poppycocking. He got to roll. He's got to do his job, which is assignment. Your assignment is wreak hell. Okay, son? You're going to wreak hell. That's what I want you to do. That's how I see it, Marcus. Just the way I see it going. But that'd be an all right spot for him. And I do hope Marcus, he can bounce back and get them legs back underneath him and get himself back to a healthier state, more vintage Jamal Adams. Appreciate you, Marcus. Thank you for the $5, man. Hope you're having a good one down there in Texas. Boy, it's probably like the perfect time of year down there right now. Probably the weather's just right. Barry with another $2 donation. He says, what's up with KJ the turncoat right? Whew. Yeah. I haven't known what to make of that one exactly myself. And he seemed to have come really quickly over to the angle of wanting to coach. I don't know if, doing the podcast thing, I'm definitely, and I listened to what he had to say about, he didn't mention anything specifically about this, but I don't know if this is exactly suiting him and what he wants to do. And that coaching did feel like his calling and what he wanted to go and do. Picking the Niners and, I wish he hadn't. I wish he hadn't, but I understand what he wants to do, and he looks at it as the good opportunity, and he's inheriting a hell of a good linebacker room. So that'll put him on good display, and maybe you never know. Maybe KJ ends up coming back here as some coach down the line at some point. So, but love what he was doing with the shows and stuff. Sad that might take a bit of a backseat at this point, but it's going to be hard for him to talk about the Hawks if he's a 49er coach. But hey, it's what he wants to do, I suppose. What are you going to say? Nolan, thank you for the $10 donation. I appreciate you that, Nolan, very, 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 very much. Very kind of you, man, and welcome on in the house. He says, sorry, I'm getting in here late. What did I miss? Well, first up, right off the gate, man, the basic tone here is that we're trying to learn lessons and hoping that John learns his share of lessons that he needs to from this situation. Because as they say, those who do not learn from history are doomed. Doomed, I say, to repeat it. It's been said many times and credited to many people, but it is one of those ultimate truths. That's why it's said so very often. I went through 7 items here in this show, Nolan. 7, I think, key learned items on the back of this trade. Number 1, desperate trades create desperate situations. Not only is the trade bad at the front, but it's bad down the line in some of the decision-making you have to now make to put a Band-Aid on the big problem at hand, on the tumor. It's not a tumor. It's not a tumor. Yes, it's a tumor. The tumor that now grows on your team by the desperate decision that you have made. Number 2, if you're going to trade for players, make sure they fit your scheme. Don't trade for Jamal Adams, a guy that's going to be a heavy blitzer, a down-in-the-box, strong safety, and then turn him into a too-high cover 2 shell guy. That ain't going to be him. He ain't going to be able to hold up on that end of it, and it showed here. Number 3, if you're going to go out there and take 2 first-round picks and a third-round pick, by God, get more than what we got in return in that deal. You got to get some powerhouse kind of player. You got to get a quarterback to steer your franchise. You can't get yourself a box safety that likes to blitz. Number 4, the devaluation of the safety position is a correct and right one, Nolan. They can get mad about it, but that's just the nature of the reality that we live in right now, which is that safeties just aren't that important. It's a transitional state right now. They're going through evolutions. They're going to maybe a better place into the future where they will be valued, where they will be paid, but we are not in that day. We are not in that time. In this time and in this age, you don't pay a lot, and you don't have to pay a lot to get proper performance at the position. Number 5, did that one twice, I guess, huh? I had number 5 twice in there. Number 6 or 5, 6, whatever. These kind of trades need to take you over the top. If you're going to make a move like this, it can't be to plug a hole in the dam, Nolan. And that's what this trade was it was to plug a hole in the dam rather than really, truly take you over the top. It was to fix your pass rush on the edge. And that made it a bad one. Number 7, rentals are better than first-round trades. You can do a rental like a Jadeveon Clowney. You can do a rental like a Sheldon Richardson. Those can work fine for you. And if you only get 1 year of pure production for the play, that's fine, especially if it's remarkably improved production versus what you were going to get from the position otherwise. But when you talk about first-round trades, second-round trades, these need to net you just a little bit more than that. And in Jamal's case, of course, he's a little bit of a rental in respect of you rented him with 1 year of service left on his contract before you're going to have to basically pay him. And that meant that it was, pay or play at that point. You were going to let him walk after you dumped him for 2 second-round picks. So, number 8, the medical risks have to be considered in the cost, whether the guy has a medical injury history or not. If you're going to make a trade like this, you have to operate with a little bit of expectation that, hey, this thing's going to not be at as healthy a state as it was playing for you. You're offloading him, even if you're not going to tell us what it is. There is some little pebble in the shoe here that this guy's going to have that he's carrying with him that, we're going to have to take care of and deal with. So let's build that into it, We're getting Percy Harvin, clean medical history, blah, 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 migraine problem. But other than that, everything's beautiful and great. Oh, he's got a hip injury issue. We suddenly find, right? One of those situations. So that's into the trade, Rather than the first, this becomes a second for Percy now, a second and a third, rather than I think the first and the third that we give up for him. Because there's probably that within it. But that was basically the lessons at the top of this, Nolan. Just lessons to be learned off the back of this trade that are, I think, vitally important as we carry forward. Because you don't want to repeat history once again. Randall, thank you for the $2 donation. And Nolan, thank you for that big $10 donation walking in the house. Randall, thank you for the 2. Says KJ needed any reason to get away from G. Scott. It may be Randall. Maybe. Feel bad for G though. I feel like they're probably getting rolling and they were getting on the same curve with it, and it takes a while to get your chemistry, no matter how kind of close offline you might be with somebody, to get yourself onto that kind of right page. And he's probably feeling like, man, the rug's getting pulled out from under me a bit here on this one, because I've got to just kind of figure out what I'm doing now and where's it's hard to be a KJ all day show with just G. Scott. How's that going to work? But thank you, Randall. Hawks says, I want JJ McCarthy. He's not going to make it to pick 16. Let's move up to pick 10 and pick up another 4th this year and a 2nd next year by trading DK to the Jesus. No. Thank you, Space. Perfumery, did DJ and Big Mac or whatever get on the stream together and beef it out like he said he wanted to? Big Mac? Big Patty Daddy, you mean? CMC, any recommendations for Seattle area visits for a first timer? Well, I think definitely you got to get down to Pike Place Market. No doubt about that. Space Needle is always kind of a cool thing to check out down in there, I would say as well. The pier down there, they've got the wheel that's going on down there near the pier, so that it can kind of be cool there. It's going to be a little colder right now to be down there visiting. We got the Experience Music Project down there, the Science Center. Another spot I'd say is a pretty cool little thing going on. Anywhere down that area, you're going to be pretty good bouncing around between different spots. There's some things to check out all over the place down there. Little shops and everything like that too. AZ Hawker, with all the needs on D, not sure it makes a ton of sense to invest in Big Cat for a big multi-year agreement. Would like to see the Hawks do more to use the draft and invest in the trenches. I understand that, AZ Hawker. Maybe the way that they go with this, that's going to be probably the big part that's going to hold us up if it does, is that the cost just gets too exorbitant for Leonard Williams in this situation, and they go, we can't go that high. We wanted to go high. We didn't want to go that high. And this draft is lock-stocked with a lot of very, very talented three techs that you would look as alternative options. There's Zon Newton, Byron Murphy, Tyler Davis out of Clemson, Leonard Taylor out of Miami, great first step quickness. Michael Hall's got a swim move from hell out of Ohio State. Micaiah Wingo's got kind of some appearances at times of a little bit of Brandon Mabanish kind of build to him and how he goes about what he does. Chris Jenkins, a run-stuffing 3 tech. Braden Fisk, just a manimal, just a chasing manimal on the field. There's some really good 3 techs. Now, I will say about all of them, and this has been my one bit of pushbacks to not signing Leonard Williams on that AZ Hawker, is that you're not going to get a guy as talented as Leonard Williams in this draft. You might get a guy cheaper. You might get a guy younger. You're not getting a guy as talented or as good. And part of the reason you made this trade with Williams is how hard it's been to find a really good upper echelon defensive tackle to add to the mix here. There being a highly sought after position. It's a lot like how, in my opinion, the safety positions become devalued the defensive tackle position has become maybe not overvalued, but inflated in its value in what it's cost to get. And if you want to go out there and get a guy, you got to kind of pay the market prices to do so. Otherwise, you're going for sort of secondary options. And we've seen in the past with some of the secondary options we've tried out there, like a Quentin Jefferson, Al Woods, Poona Ford. It just doesn't quite foot the bill to getting the job done. But I understand too. I get where our team's at and where things are setting up forth in the future. Maybe just not the right time to do that deal. Zen Lunatic, I'm not sure Jarek Reed fits into McDonald's defensive scheme as a safety. I think that there's a possibility he does, but he was more to me of a guy that I thought fit as more of a pure free safety role kind of guy into the future. But he'll get a run. He'll get his try at it, that's for sure. And he is very sudden and fast and quick. So he does bring something to play, and I like his mentality, which I think will appeal to McDonald as well in the field because he's a willing guy to get in there. You know, he'll get in there and fight it out with you, even at his little bit of an undersize. But that's part I'm a little bit unsure about, with maybe him being a little bit smaller than what McDonald might want in his safety position out there. Misfit, how much is it now? $41.6 million. It kind of depends on where you look and go. And then it's also if you're building into the concept of adding in the cost for reserve funds and, you know, the draft that cost $9 million. Sports Track right now has you now sitting at $44,200,000 with Monet's deal now off the board. So technically $44 million currently. But $9 million goes to, what do they got us at here? So they got $9.3 million goes to the draft. And then you're going to have to put a little bit to $6 million to a reserve fund. So 15 off the 44. You're about $30 million of functional cap space. Zen Lunatic, does Grubb think he can use Eskridge? Maybe. Maybe he's making the case from Zen Lunatic. He's been so injured. And then he added on the suspension thing last year, which was just silly on top of it. You just go, okay. You go, boy. Just reaches that line where it was poetic last year, Zen. He literally got injured on the very first play of the preseason on a kickoff coverage. You know, back to Kieran, after watching the Hawks defense for a long time, I don't think a rotation in D-line is effective. Of course, you need a certain amount of rotation, but in the NFL, you need at least one elite guy. I certainly would love to find one if you can find it. I think that the problem with the defensive line rotation in recent years, Kieran, is that it's not that a defensive line rotation doesn't work. It's that the rotation that you put together was not talented players. You know, just having a rotation doesn't mean that makes an effective defensive line. The players have to be good on top of it. And when you look at the defensive line for the Seattle Seahawks over the past 4 or 5 years, they've not brought it up to that status of being good. They've not put the quality into what they needed to do to get the effectiveness out of it. But rotations can be highly effective. It's just that you have to put the value into it. It's that what you do with the rotation essentially would be, Kieran, is that rather than relying on the one elite guy, it's more than about when we go to the secondary guy that comes off the bench at the 1 tech or at the 3 tech, there is no backwards then drop in our performance of play at that point. We can keep bringing it together. We can keep bringing it to them at the same intensity level that we had with the starter out there. And there's not a lot of teams that can pull that off, but it does take a commitment to getting there. But that's not what we had before. When you had your backups, when you had these other guys coming in there, they weren't particularly good. I mean, that year you're rocking Quentin Jefferson, Al Woods, Poona Ford. Oh my God, who else did we have out there that we were throwing out there? Like, none of those guys were going to hold up. That's the bigger issue. Brian Blank agrees with me. He says Michael Penix won't make it out of the first round. Yeah, I don't see that either, man. I think somebody's going to jump. Nagasa, we'll see on this one, brother. We shall see. I feel good about this prediction. No Limit James, if Eskridge gets cut, wouldn't his career basically be over? He has basically zero film. His career would be on a very, very close spot to being over. No Limit. There'd be one other team out there that would give him a chance, I'm sure, to come into a camp and see what he could do. But one more injury and he's in toast town. Nolan with another $5 donation. Thank you for that, Nolan. He says, KJ wanted to coach for the Hawks. San Francisco is the closest place to get started. Can't blame him. I hate the Niners. I'm happy for KJ. Both can coexist. They can. I don't want to seem like I'm shading KJ. It's a bitter pill to swallow. It's a little bit like Sherman going and signing there after he's released here, where you're like, okay, you're fighting the urge not to be toxic a little bit. It does stir the emotions when you hear something like that and go, yeah, I got to watch him over there wearing Niner gear trying to, okay. But you're right. It's what he wanted to do. This seemed to be where KJ was going eventually. Surprising Seattle didn't do maybe more to open a door for him here with a new coaching staff to where you would think this would be an ideal landing zone to come in with this kind of thing. But maybe McDonald had his own vision for that and didn't want any of the vestiges of Coach Carroll or Coach Carroll acolytes in the building in that way. It's very possible, potentially with it. But no, I'm happy for KJ too. I think that while he did a very good job on the podcasting, and I think that they put a great channel together over there, I certainly think it sounds like in the way you hear him talk, that coaching and doing that would be very much a passion and something that fits very much to him and how he's naturally wired. So, always love seeing people going and doing the thing that they're naturally built to go do. And like I said, we never know with this Nolan on this, where maybe he's cutting his coaching teeth down in Niner Town, but maybe he comes back along the lines to Seattle down the line in a different capacity as he starts to build up his coaching resume. You never know. But great points there, Nolan. Randall McDaniel with another $5 as well. Thank you to both you guys. Very, very, very kind of you. Mike Mack has a unique perspective on our offense because he had to scheme for them, albeit they beat the doors off them. Still knows what went into it. Yeah, it's an offense that I think gets a little bit harder for him to be able to get his defense pinned around attacking. I mean, hell, even as we saw, for instance, with the way that the Chiefs took some of the conceptual stuff that you will do in this offensive attack in that Ravens battle in the first half, Randall, where it was a lot of dump routes and bubble screens to the flat, quick throws, getting the ball out of the hand of Mahomes, trying to kind of attack some of the stack fronts by maybe catching them in a numbers game then to the edge. And that while the Chiefs weren't really able with that, Randall, to necessarily be prolific in that first half, they put up enough points to get it done. And so I think he sees an offense like that, first one like the Niners, where it comes down to, well, look, with the Niner offense, I'll just squeeze them down into what makes them uncomfortable. I'll find the things that's uncomfortable what they do. Whereas with this offense, so much of the offense is built upon not being able to be presented and pushed into an uncomfortable area, that it has a theoretical counter to whatever you're going to try to attack it with defensively. And I don't think all offensive schemes do in this day and age, Randall. I will say that. I think there are even great offensive schemes that have particular counters that can shut them down. Now, do you have, as the team, have the schematics to get that done, built within the playbook? And then do you have the talent on the field to accomplish that in conjunction with it? That's a whole nother beast of a question. But that's where you can understand, to your point, I think, why Mike Mack is driven in that way to like this kind of offensive scheme. And it's part of what's just been very impressive with him to me, in my perspective, Randall, because a defensive coach comes in here and 99 out of 100 defensive coaches come in and they will say like, all right, I want my offense boring. I want it simple. I don't want it thick. I want my playbook as thin as a pamphlet. Okay. Here will be my defensive playbook. Here will be my offensive playbook. Okay. And by God, man, you will run, Just over there, you just picture them in the archetype mode, just shaking a finger at their offensive coordinator, telling them how safe they need to keep things, how minimal they need to risk things. And you have him going and taking on an offense like this that is going to be so willing to pass and pepper the ball around and still go out there and take its share of deep shots and not be built at the forefront with simply running the ball. Yes, we are going to run the ball. Yes, that's a part of the offense, but it's not the main forefront of the offense. And that's what those defensive coaches would typically do, Randall. That's what they would typically drive for in history's past. And so you've got to give him credit to where he doesn't look at this coaching situation as one where I'm building this all around the defense. The whole rest of the team will flow off my defense, off of my magnificent and my amazing defense. It will all flow down from there. Instead, understanding, no, I've got to take every advantage in every place. Special teams, offense, defense, we need to be trying to push all of these to the forefront. These all need to be a strength if we want to be a great team. Or at least that needs to be the idealized approach that we're taking to try to accomplish and reach that ultimate goal. But I loved it, Randall. He's going for it with his approach there on that offensive side of the ball with this hire of Grubb. It was not one that was a safe, just look for a nice safe corridor as a new coach. Just go get that offensive mind who's been a coordinator in 7 different spots and 4 different years. No. He went for the bit of the bright, the bold, the unknown, and ballsy. I like it. Randall with another $5. Thank you, Randall, for all the donations. So he says, if we sent New England a 6 or 7 for Mac Jones to be a backup reclamation project, what is his contract situation? Maybe Pats pay part of that. Well, thank you for the donation on that. I got Sports Track up right here, so I can bring that number right on up. McCorkle, Devontae, Ibrahim Jones has a current cap hit, Randall, of $5 million. About $3 million of that is base. So there would be no need to have anything be paid as an offset because the cost is $2.5 million. You're fine with that. He was playing in some spread concept stuffs there with Alabama. So he does have some spread background that goes there, Randall. The one thing that I maybe would wonder about as far as from Grubb's standpoint is that Grubb, as I've often said, once every eight plays or so, he wants to take a shot play down the football field. He wants to let his quarterback take out the one wood and take a big rip at it, so to speak. Does McCorkle got a one wood in his bag? Because he feels like he's a 3-wood guy all day. And then that's where I would go, does he have enough of the get up and go with the arm strength to make that work within this scheme? But the parameters of the deal that you supply on that on the surface of it, especially considering, Randall, we may not have a quarterback we're able to take in the middle rounds because they're all gone by that point. You're not really going to want to spend the money that it would require to spend on a Drew Lock to bring him back. This would only be a couple $1 million, so it's kind of cost effective to take this path with it. But that would be my one question with Mac Jones as a guy here. I'm not terribly big on him, but there's some parameters that work. But the big play aspect of Grubb's offense is one that's got to be considered, where it's not just a matter of it's the real unique to me stretch of this particular spread concept offensive scheme that Grubb is bringing, and that rather than it being so much predetermined by throws that are behind the line of scrimmage, short and into space, there are so many routes built within this scheme that call for the quarterback to have to make big time throws down the field, and not just the 9-route throws, but the skinny post, the deep post, the deep comeback. You've got to have the guy that's got the arm strength, the prerequisite to get that done. And if you don't, then it does hurt the upside of this offense, in my opinion. Mac, I think Troy Fatano's the best pick in the draft. He's really strong. In the next 2 years, he's going to handle real defensive linemen like Myles Garrett and Aaron Donald. He's nice, man. I like him. And UE2K, Odunzie at 16 is possible. Like you say, it's maybe not likely, but definitely possible. I mean, we get in through next week with the free agent period. We're going to get a closer look at this. But by my marker at UE, I've got 5 quarterbacks taken in the top 16. I've got 4 tackles taken on top of those 5 quarterbacks. That takes you to 9 picks. I think that you're going to see Neighbors and Harrison taken on top of that. So now we're to 11 picks. We're merely 5 picks away. We still have a Dunze on the board. We still have Brock Bowers on the board. It could easily barrel down that way where it stretches out, where it just suddenly he ends up landing in that spot, and the Hawks are left with a really tough decision at that point. Haley says, one of the big things with Pete Carroll is it felt like his system required we paid more to get adequate production. He needed specific players, and when he couldn't get them, he tried to create them, and he failed. Yeah, I think that's the outlook I have a little bit as well in it, Haley, where you have your scheme and you have your way that you want to put your defense together, but it can't be so married in that way. You've said this, that this blueprint is so hardened that it overlooks the fact that it's not really turning and doing what really the greatest of coaches do, which is rather than it being about my scheme and my system, it's about looking at the particular player and saying, what does he do good? What does he do bad? How do I maximize his traits that are great? And that's a little bit, I know that we'll see if Mike Macdonald can pull this off, Haley, but that's a big part of what Mike Macdonald has told us on the forefront of this, that is his intention. And that's how I look at this. It's not about my system being this and that, and it's got to be this and that. It's about finding what those players do and using that and leaning into that. I mean, as evidenced by the fact that, he comes from a man-based scheme with Mink Martindale that's heavy in the blitz game and, transitioned a lot with his Ravens team this past year to, they blitz, but more middle of the road. They played a lot of zone versus off the man-based concepts to help those guys out, put less of putting them on an island, trying to just lean into what his guys could do. John says, what's with these stud Penn State edges not getting good production in school? I don't know, man. They flash, but they don't quite all the way come through with it. But they end up getting picked high one way or the other. And both these two guys, John, I think are going to get picked in the first 2 rounds. Ryan Blank says, late stage Pete Carroll felt like that O-line coach that kept drafting defensive linemen to turn them into his guys. That didn't work either. Yeah. We're going to be so brilliant. We're going to think so far out the box that we just get completely lost in the sauce. And that was Tom Cable at the end too. And that's a little bit where it's the game's always, that happened to Tom Cable, I think, a bit as well in the NFL. He was an old school offensive line coach, leaned heavily into cut blocks and that kind of thing, right? And having these other little ways of going out and teaching the blocking schemes that's very specific to a time of football that was allowed. Cut blocks got peeled out and, he's struggling to deal with that. Linemen aren't coming out as complete or in as good a shape, struggling to deal with that. You got to evolve and adapt to what's going on with the lay of the land. And their adaptions weren't good on that. John says, I used to hate J.J. McCarthy, but the more I look at him, the more I like him. He had the highest velocity at the combine. His third down and out of the pocket stats are ridiculous. They are indeed, man. A lot of people are warming up to him. I can't get there myself, but there definitely is a lot of folks getting hyped on him. Yeah, John, I don't think McCarthy runs anywhere close to 4.5. I think he would have run at the combine if he was able to put up a 4.5. I think he's more a 4.7-ish kind of guy. Brian Blank, I don't know. I'm not here, and I'm not sure what the DK stuff is with this. We kind of randomly get it up every couple of streams. I don't know if it's outside fans coming in trying to push the trade. It's like the Geno stuff. I just kind of glaze over the top of it at this point. Johnny Utah, the Hawks Nest. One more lesson is not save some cap space for shit happens. We gave up a second for Big Cat instead of a third because we didn't have the cap space to afford the rest of his salary in 2023. True. Yeah. You never want to be having to give up extra cap space, extra draft capital for cap space. That's great. A great point, Johnny. I would say that's always a road you want to avoid. Never go down that road. Absolutely. That's an awesome one, man. You says Seahawks just were horrible at drafting for years, erroneously made building through defense the priority instead of prioritizing the offensive line in a dominant run game. That would maximize their best player. Well said. John Robinson says, which one of these quarterbacks do you think is John's guy, Brandon? May? If I was to make a guess as to which guy was the guy John Schneider most liked, I think that he would say Drake May. I'm also not... I also think John might very well like May more than he'd like Caleb Williams. I know that's controversial, but... Well, Grenade Pike Market is moving to downtown Vancouver B. What? Haley says, I saw May falling out of the first recently. Seems wild. There's some weird, I don't know if it's click stuff, Haley. That's what I have to attest it to, because some of the stuff I've seen with some of these guys, what? Huh? Where are you pulling that? I think it's clickbait stuff on a lot of these things that start to present that information. I'm hearing from inside sources that no, you're not. You're hearing a fart in the wind. Trevor Laris, yep, Jamal Adams is the worst trade in Seahawks history, and probably one of the top 10 worst trades in NFL history, if we're being ultimately honest. One of the reasons I wanted to do this show, one of the reasons it's so very important to learn these particular lessons, is this was not just a small, we ran over a speed bump going 45. This is that we hit a concrete wall at 70, and maybe we got to figure out how this happened. Yeah. Resigned Colby Parkinson says, if Schneider doesn't get Williams back and me, I'm going to be very sad. Well, me too, Colby. Hopefully we bring you back into the fray, brother. Get your money, though. Get your money. And I don't know on Jordan Brooks right now, Fleece. I don't have a good feel on what they're looking or intending to do on that one. It's definitely a bit up in the air at this point on that side of it. Your Cancel Firm Society says, stack this front, man. Saying, I'm with that, brother. Nothing wrong with building up the lines. Nothing at all. Ryan Meyer says, Dwayne Eskridge, Tutu Atwell, and Rondale Moore were all failed attempts at recreating Tyreek Hill. Indeed, the Tyreek effect is real. He was one of those players that captured the imagination. Everyone went out and said, we can go find another one of these, but true unicorn type player. And who he is and how he is and what he is just, you don't find those kind of guys just, all you got to do is look for him, But yeah, there was a lot of seeking to replicate that one. Big Juicy J, what do you think about J.J. McCarthy to the Hawks? Big Juicy J, it's not a very popular opinion, my one on this one, but it's one that I stick to my guns on with this, which is I've watched all of these quarterbacks very thoroughly, and all of these quarterbacks have been multiple year experiences in watching them, right? Where it's not me just grinding on tape this particular offseason and watching all of Caleb Williams for the past 2 years, but it's been the slow process out through the last 2 years and watching the tape on these guys. J.J. McCarthy is included in that. I do not find myself wowed by J.J. McCarthy. I do not find myself wowed by J.J. McCarthy at all. I think that he has a little average to below average NFL arm. I don't think that he is overly accurate. I think his mobility is completely oversold, where people say he's a 4.5 guy and he's really more like a 4.7 guy. I don't think that he has even the get up and get away of like a Brock Purdy, who had like a 1.54 10-yard split. I think that with JJ's 10-yard split, it's going to be something like 1.65. I just don't see a lot of skill set there to be excited about if we're talking a first-round player. I don't really understand why he's gotten so hyped up. The whole winner thing and all of that, to me, is way overblown for a college-level thing. Being a winner at college, to me, is really not a big feather to throw in the cap. It's fine. It's worth considering as far as a benefit to the player, but it's being measured for him as this ultimate thing to be thrown at. And there's a lot of quarterbacks in recent history that have come out of drafts who've not gotten much of any benefit of the doubt for coming out as winners. That they're just looked at for their skill set, and their skill set is looked at as being not good enough. Stetson Bennett came out as a winner last year, 2 national titles. Nobody gave him any credit for being a winner as far as the NFL and their consideration of their Stetson, and where they drafted him. And so it's just odd to me that somehow JJ gets so much more pushed up in his valuation of who he is and what he is with that. Even being that he did less than Stetson did. Stetson was more required from the Georgia offense to do more from him than was required from even a JJ McCarthy. I don't get it myself, Big Juicy. So he's that one quarterback in this draft that I just kind of come away from shaking my head going, I don't get it. And as I'll say, folks, don't feed the trolls. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $5 donation and all of your donations tonight, man. Says, if Bobby leaves, where's the leadership come from on the D? The vocal guy who rallies the troops. Not saying we don't have that guy, just haven't done it. I think that, Randall, I think Jaron Reed kind of started to emerge. I think he started to emerge for you a bit as that player. And he would definitely, I think, take center stage on that next year. If Bobby were to leave, I think he'd be your main guy down there that the defense would be listening to. I think the team's going to hope a lot that Devin Witherspoon steps into that role, even though he's very young to do so at this point. But how hard he plays, how good he is. Your best players have to be your leaders, kind of. It's just the way it naturally needs to roll. And the good news with Devin Witherspoon is what we heard about him coming out of Illinois, Randall, was that he was a fantastic leader, that he was absolutely on it in that respect of things. And so if that's the case, he's a natural guy to go and fill in that void. But those would be the 2 guys as it stands right now. If we're seeing Bobby lead, that would make sense to me. You would obviously hope Julian Love would be ready to come forward maybe a little bit as well in that department of things. But no doubt about it, to your point and to the bottom line of your question, Randall, there's a void created if Bobby does leave. And it's just one of the reasons why I'm very much in favor of bringing Bobby back here for this upcoming season. Appreciate you, Randall, man. Thank you for all of your donations tonight. Just want to remind you guys too, just in the chat, we've got a lot of internal chat back and forth. So it's sometimes hard to parse what's intended for me or what's kind of going back and forth with. If there is something that's intended for me to read or a question or whatever, just make sure you put Hawks Nest, Brandon, Big Dog, Russ wants his face on the sphere thing. Haley says maybe the Raiders would give us a third for Lockett if they got Wilson. They'd have the cap plus Wilson and Adams and Lockett would be a solid receiver set. These are kind of the trades that you normally would kind of scoff at Haley with it, but I actually think that that's one of those ones where you go, hey, there's a win-win there for both franchises a bit, potentially there maybe. Yeah. And I mean, from the Raiders standpoint, it certainly could make some sense. They've got a pretty glaring need there at number 2 wide receiver at this point. Though Didn't they get the guy from the Raiders last year or from the Chiefs from the Patriots? What was it? Was it Jacoby Myers went there from the Patriots, I think? They might be okay there, but I think it makes some sense. Palestine Liberation Pumpkin, so cute. Thank you, man. She's a good girl. She's super sleepy. She's super tired. She's a good cat. Brian Blank says, Haley, it kind of hurt my soul to see Lockett in another jersey, but for a third, I might get talked to. That's me too, man. I mean, it's tough, but third round pick, and you got these able, gotta do what you got to do sometimes, you know. Trevor says, I want a defensive lineman that you need to double team. Me too, Trevor. Me too, man. Nick says, I really hope we've checked in on Wilkins to see his asking price for his big cats. Me too, man. You got to do that as due diligence here. Because if there's not a significant difference in the cost, then why not spend a little bit more for a much better, or just, I don't know, much better, but just improve younger model. Resign Colby Parkinson. Brandon, do you really see Schneider grabbing a top shelf receiver or tight end at 16? Please get some trenches and give me more cowbell. I don't know. Resign Colby Parkinson. It's hard to say. Who doesn't love a top shelf receiver or tight end? I think trenches are where I look. Resign Colby Parkinson. This is one of those places where there's two different ways that I answer this question. The one way is to answer the question by where my heart is. The other one is to answer by where the potential head could go on this. My heart is with you. Yes. Let's go get ourselves some trenches. Let's trade back and get ourselves some first rounds and get some extra second round picks and go get more trenches. More trenches on our trenches. Trench on trench. But we also have a general manager who has signaled for the past 2 years that he is dealing from a value-based mindset. And what that means is that who is the most valuable on the board? And maybe I don't have a trade that's there to trade back. And if you land in your Schneider and you have Brock Bowers there, sorry, Parkinson, he's awesome though. You've got a Bowers there or a Fatanu. You've got a Romo Odunzie or a Fatanu. I think from a value-based standpoint of who's the more valuable player, you can make the argument for both the Bowers, for both Romo over the top of that Jackson Powers, that's the better value place to go. And so while I'm totally with you on that, I can understand what draws them back if they were driven back to go those other realms with it, because you're potentially going and getting, Colby Parkinson at a time where every other team around you is then picking into firmly the second tier of the draft. You're getting a tier 1 player at pick 16. That's how you make successful drafts. That's how you build ultimately great teams. Haley says Lockett might retire anyway. At least he can wait until after the trade. Guess that third. He just gets into training camp, Haley, and decides at that point, I'm good. Chance Brown, I'm so excited to see Witherspoon with McDonald's defense. I don't think there's any doubt about it, Chance. I don't know what he's going to do with him or which role exactly he's going to occupy in this defense, but there's no doubt about it in my mind that McDonald is going to get the best out of Witherspoon. He's going to know how to use him to the utmost. Yeah, Haley, I think too, on top of the Lockett falling down after the catch thing, I think more of what the offenses you're driving towards now is a little bit more of a basis of finding guys that can do more. This is where the game's going as well, is locating guys that can be a little more dynamic with the ball in their hands after the catch. Mr. Dog, are we going to see a trade before the draft? I don't think so. It's possible, but I don't foresee a trade coming down. And I think being already light a second round pick means you don't have as much draft capital to go out there and get funky with it. At least I mostly want to trade him because we can draft a wide receiver this deep ass class. maybe McCaffrey. There's some good ones, Haley. I mean, and you don't have to necessarily pick one high and get a really good quality one even a little bit later in 4th round, for instance. And McCaffrey might even last to that just because it's so deep with so many wide receivers. So this is definitely one of the deeper receiver classes in the last few years, and we've had some good ones. That's saying something, you know. Resigning Colby Parkinson is just say no to May. No way any ACC quarterback is a top 5 pick. Name me 2 quality ACC defensive backs or 2 quality ACC pass rushers. All right, so 2 quality pass rushers. Maybe that's going to be hard. They've had some guys that have come out. Louisville had 2 of them last year that were pretty good. Jalen Phillips coming out of Miami was a first-round pick who's been pretty good. It's not the strongest conference maybe overall at the end of the day. Florida State. How about Jared Verse, man? How about Jared Verse? Resign Colby Parkinson? It's a Pac-12 guy talking right there. It's a Pac-2 guy talking. I still got to look at Jermaine Burton, re-sign Colby Parkinson. He's on my list. I've seen a little bit of his tape. He wasn't super exciting to me at first blush. Said Lunatic, would you trade Geno to the Niners straight up for Purdy? No. But I'm not a Purdy fan. I think he definitely benefits, as Haley said, I think he more benefits from the supporting cast around him than anything else. And that leads me into a direction where I go, no. Chris says, HawksNest thoughts on Isaiah Davis in the 6th? Decent sized 3rd running back, possible returner. Let me see if I've taken a look at Davis. He's on my list, I believe. But I don't think I have taken a look. Yeah, we got him. Okay. Woohoo. I'm like, man, I was confusing with Ray Davis. This is why I got to have my notes here, Chris, because, yeah. And by the way, folks, I will be in the next about 2 weeks here. About 2 weeks, I'm going to release out my draft guide to members of the channel. So good to become a member of the channel right now is I'm going to be releasing my draft guide, which is going to be something that contains probably well over about 60,000 words on this draft. Isaiah Davis, kid out of South Dakota, 6 foot, 218, 4.5, 740, 158, 10-yard split, 34.5-inch vertical, 9'11 broad. So right off the gate here, Chris, kind of average numbers across the board, which certainly to your point, this is what's going to push this guy into the 6th round for where he'll be at. I see him as a late round running back with speed deficiencies. That 4.57 adds up to what you see on tape with him, which is just not particularly bursty. He's got some nice jump cuts and ability to bounce it outside, but very limited vision. Vision and bounce to get to the hole in a crowd of bodies. He does have, not limited vision, limited upside. Excuse me. He has vision and bounce to get to the hole in a crowd of bodies. So I like some of the way that he could create on his own when there wasn't. That's a big thing for some of these backs in the college game. Some of those guys need it blocked up perfectly for them to go get production, and he's a guy that can do a little bit on his own, even though he's not the fastest of guys. He's efficient in his motion, when to make a move up the field, when to get up the field. Not a lot of wasted effort, wasted motion or effort there. He just gets up and goes. I think just the big thing is there's just not a lot of burst in speed, which you usually like to have one to the other with a running back, and with him, Chris, both are kind of missing a bit. He can do all of the other stuff that you like from the position. And as a third, fourth running back option behind McIntosh, that's not the worst thing to have, especially in the 6th round. That's the target spot to look at with him for sure. But I would like to have a burst if I don't have speed. Or if I've got no burst, then give me some speed. To have neither, it means he's going to have a hard time at times getting to that hole. And then when you do create that hole for him, he's not always going to be able to really exploit it to the utmost. That gets me worried. Resigning Colby Parkinson. Brandon, I kind of agree with you about JJ. I think Penix is a better quarterback. With that said, it's fair to say Michigan's defense and Ravens' defense show the value of a top D. 100%. Yeah. And we saw last year, re-signed Colby Parkinson, that defense had a little bit of a revigoration across the board last year at the college and the NFL level. At the NFL level, you saw third down efficiency go down. You saw red zone efficiency go down. It felt like offense for the first time in many different years kind of took a little bit of a minor step back up against defenses. And maybe the defense is starting to kind of rise into a little bit more of, maybe not fully balancing and leveling the field here, but at least kind of taking back a little bit of that portion of control here and their ability to affect the game on their side of the ball. So, I think defense, that's part of what could have made this a really smart hire, is it could be a foresight hire about where the game is going, not about where it's at right now. Johnny Utah, Tim Tebow was a winner's winner. Exactly. There's another guy. And another guy, Johnny, that basically got drafted in the first round because he was a winner. It's like they completely ignored the skill set, ignored what he was and what he was going to bring as a pro, and looked at what he was as a collegian, and then just looked at the fact he won, and it ended up carrying so much of that weight. And I think you're getting a little bit of that going on here with J.J. McCarthy too. McCarthy's got better, more sound goods than Tebow did, but he's being much more highly placed than he should. Haley says, what the hell happened to Tebow? He was good for like 2 years. They had a really good defense, and he was able to, they kept him down like 7 attempts a game at times. So they just were able to minimize him, but he just couldn't throw the football. It's like a receiver that can't catch. It's a problem. Chris says, Jay gets the love because he's lost only 2 games since high school, I think. He's been extremely protected while at Michigan and under the Harbaugh umbrella. Boy, has he ever. And you know what they say about bubble babies. You know what they say about bubble babies, Chris. You know what I mean? Well, yeah, Grenade B, did you get hell divers yet? No, but I'm on the edge of doing it. I'm 96% of the way to getting hell divers. so probably very soon. It'd be good for my streaming stuff, that's for sure. He says, if possible, the best wide receiver is available, you must seriously consider taking him. I'm always looking to make our number one, number two, our current number ones, number twos. Build from strength. Imagine Odunzie and DK, JSN, and Tyler. I'm with you, E. This is about that thing too that I go to, E, which is that I become hardline on this. I'm a hardliner on this one. He's a hardliner. And that is that you got to take your one or two directions in the draft. You either go need or you go value-based system. And if you're going to go with the value-based model, you gotta like commit to it. You gotta be willing to fully understand that it ain't going to be the easy route to go all the time. And like you say, you land there at 16 and you got Odunzie, who I think UE is a blue chip receiver in this draft. And the rest of my guys across that board, be it offensive lineman or a defensive lineman, none of them do I have charted out as a blue chip guy. I think you got to lean into that value standpoint and go receiver. Don, how you doing, man? Good to see you in the house. Happy National Oreo Cookie Day. They made me want an Oreo cookie now. Joe Milton Fleece, sign me up, man. Palestine, Hawks Nest, Big Dog, who do you think is our future quarterback if not this draft next? Also, with the new running back coach, do you think Zach Sharps will do? How do I think Sharps will do? I think Sharps will do great. We run spread-based concepts, which conceptually speaking, oftentimes have the running back doing a lot of more kind of needing to be finesse and fast and get out in the open field. But Grubb and his offensive system and his spread concepts specifically have a lot of power-based models set within their running. Charbonnet runs power great. So match made in heaven, hand into glove. Charbonnet will be just fine in this system, and he will be used to the utmost. I think he gets a good 150 to 175 touches next year and finds his role within this offense. My next quarterback of the future for your Seattle Seahawks, this is a tough one to sort of guess on because it's so far out and you don't know which quarterbacks are or are not going to emerge. But I'll go with Quinn Ewers. Your next Seattle Seahawks quarterback of the future will be Quinn Ewers. Not because I like him, but because John Schneider is rumored to like him a lot. John Haley, I bet Wilson will go to the Falcons. It's possible, John. I've heard rumors even into yesterday that it was almost all but a foregone conclusion that it was a done deal. Look at my cat, by the way. She's having a little dream. You can see her whiskers moving if you watch her here. It's a done deal. It would seem that Kirk Cousins is going to Atlanta, John. Doodle Bob, Hawks Nest, is Christian Wilkins a possibility? Absolutely. Yeah. They've created a lot of cap space here, Doodle Bob. They can't go out there and make 4 or 5 big monster swing moves, but you could certainly make a move or two on the big variety if you wanted, including Wilkins at this point. He's going to be costly. It ain't going to be cheap, but you could certainly pull it off if you wanted to. Greg says, Brooks, Mafe, Spoon, Reed, and Big Cat were vocal leaders on Hawks defense from the mic'd up videos during the season. Yeah. Ochena's another guy, I think, too. It all makes a lot of sense. Haley says, B, we have 7 picks this draft, right? That is correct. No second, but you got the extra 3. Thinking in no particular order: quarterback, defensive line, linebacker, tight end, offensive line, and safety. Another 2 picks for wide receiver, cornerback. Yeah, I think your list is correct, Haley. A 1 tech, a 3 tech, a quarterback. You kind of need 3 linebackers as it currently stands, so maybe even 2 linebackers. A lot to get done. That's why you hope they can knock out a lot here in free agency, so you're not left with as many needs across the board to drive you into that camp as you're trying to operate from the value-based model. Brian Blank says, laugh my ass off, your walk-ins on point. Thank you, Brian. I appreciate it. I do. Improve the known universe. That's right. The spice must flow. Spice melange. Spice. Oh, what's wrong, Kitty? David Pugh, thank you for the $10 donation, David. I really do appreciate you on that. He says, strong safety, Xavier McKinney is listed at roughly $10.4 million on the open market. At 24 years old and playing in a dynamic D like Winks, is that a move you could sign off on, rolling with Julian Love and him? I'll be getting David a little bit of the band back together between Julian Love and McKinney like you talk about. I'm always a little bit colored, of course, by my draft evaluation on these guys, especially ones that have happened the last couple of years, as I've done just more of the deeper dive on these guys as we've gone along, David. And Xavier McKinney coming out of Alabama was an interesting safety, but he just didn't flash a lot to me on the tape. When you look at what he's done recently in the NFL, it seems like he's really slid into kind of a unique role of pass covering strong safety. So very, very strange. It's like David, like a pass rushing 1 tech, and so he's a bit of an oddity in that. The reason, the things that you bring up to some of the stuff you bring up about his familiarity within basically this same defensive scheme could bring a little bit more value to play with him here. Certainly, I wouldn't push back against that as far as maybe that making some sense. And he does fit to this defense and being able to simply just knowing the fact you have a strong safety that can cover. The place that I have a worry with him a little bit, though, is in doing some of the typical traditional stuff at the strong safety role. Tackling, playing the run game, being a fierce defender down by the box and helping out his front 7. Is he that guy as much? And if he's on a rookie contract and you're getting the kind of performance you've gotten from him with that, what I might consider a little bit of a hole in his game, that's one thing. But when you're now paying it at a $10 million rate, David, that's where I go, oof, that starts to be, that hole starts to feel a little bit more widened out a little bit. And so that's when looking at him, I admittedly didn't do a deep dive on Xavier but when we were doing the prep for the free agency shows and looking at the prospective guys, he was a guy I did look at, and I was mighty impressed, David, by the coverage numbers and what he does. Because that is so unique for strong safeties. I mean, look what we've had with Jamal and some of his issues in coverage, so to speak. So that part stood out to me and was very impressive. But at $10.5 million per year, 4-year deal, the inability to maybe be as good in the run game and tackling is the little bit of the worry and the concern I have on that one. Still, though, you bring up one last final point, 24 years old. Maybe even still there being some unrealized upside there. I think when he walked in the door, he was dealing with an injury. I think he has first year was lost, I think, due to injury there with the Giants. So maybe a guy that hasn't even yet played his best ball, David. That you're not just, that $10 million is not just paying for past performance, but also paying for proverbial potential upside. I like him. He's a fun player, though, David. Interesting guy. Interesting skill set for the position that he brings. And he's got that familiarity with the scheme, man. That's no doubt about that. Thank you. I appreciate the donation, David. It's great to see you in the house, too, brother. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $5. Another $5 donation from Randall. Says, Jordan Poyer got hurt. Had injuries recently. Vet player. Northwest guy, too, from Oregon. Swap Diggs for Poyer. Better play for less money. I think that's an interesting conceptual guy there. Let's take a look and see what we got on Sports Track with him. So, thank you first for another donation there, Randall. With Jordan Poyer, you have a guy that is, I think he'd be definitely younger too at that point. I'm trying to find there he is. Yeah, so, he's 33. Wow, he's older than I thought. Wonder what he's going to get paid. He signed a 2-year contract for $12.5 million back a ways ago. So $5 million a year, $6 million a year. Yeah, maybe a 1-year, $5 million deal or something like that, Randall. Maybe a way you can go. Two really nice things that you get with Jordan Poyer as an option is, number one, high familiarity with the split safety looks out there with Buffalo. They do ask both their guys, Micah Hyde and Jordan, to do the different varied duties of what you might ask a safety to do. So he brings that familiarity into play. And you also have a little bit of an understanding of who he is and where he is as a player right now because of the fact that Leslie Frazier is a guy that's had a lot of time of coaching him up. So Leslie Frazier and his opinion on this one, Randall, you would think would weigh in pretty heavily on a potential guy like Jordan Poyer. But he's been a solid guy through most of his career. Not really star level, but just solid. And he would definitely at this point, being because of his age, Randall, he would come in a lot cheaper and a 1-year deal. So there's no real future money that you're putting to the commitment of him. If you have a young guy kind of waiting in the wings behind him, like a guy you draft, for instance, Randall. Randall with another $5 donation. Appreciate all of your donations and support tonight, Randall, as ever. He says, Jordan Travis, if he didn't get hurt, where would he have ranked versus the peers? Quick scouting report, strengths and weaknesses. How serious is the injury? Red shirt year. I've got to admit on Travis yet, I haven't seen where he's at on the recovery of the injury, but I remember at least initially hearing that they expected for him to be fully recovered from the injury when it was all said and done, Randall. So I don't know if that means day one that he's ready, but I think that does mean that by the start of the season, he should be basically ready to go based on what I've heard. I think what would have happened with Jordan Travis if he was healthy was he would have been very much been a beneficiary. And what I mean by that is that with the very high likelihood that we see 5 quarterbacks taken in the top 16 picks, with I think a very big potential that you see 6 quarterbacks taken in the first round, that would have pushed a guy like him to be a guy that was basically in competition with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 6, right? Okay, so then he would be in competition to me with Spencer Rattler in that sort of 3rd to 2nd round range. And he might even push high as 2nd round because of the fact that there's such a drop-off at that point into the 4th or 5th round as far as the other quarterbacking options out there. So his value might have even gotten pushed as high as into the 2nd if he was healthy. When I initially scouted him last year, Randall, I got some very heavy kind of Doug Flutie vibes. Another one of those improvisers behind the line of scrimmage who can get away from danger, has a lot of escapability that he brings to the table. He's got really good power on some of the shorter throws. When he's got to open it up and really send it down the field, you feel a little bit of the arm strength wane. So, there's a little bit of, he can put it in the right spot. He can accurately get it there, but it's not going to get there with necessarily a lot of velocity and a lot of pop. I loved how he stands strong in the pocket, real fearless there. He can beat blitzers with the hot routes. I thought he had some moments where he showed an ability to process. I thought, much like Jaden Daniels, he was taking steps forward this year in his play with Florida State. And from what he showed, even in the strong 2022 season that he had, he was coming even further forward, with it. And the thing that stands out, having Johnny Wilson and Keon Coleman there, Randall, is that he had 2 guys that were very adept at the trust throws, the back shoulder fades. And that's where the accuracy, even on the deep throws, really comes into play with Jordan Travis, where you can see him put the ball pinpoint on a back shoulder throw or give that guy 6'7" Johnny Wilson the ball, high pointing it in the right spot at the right time up against that smaller corner where Johnny can just go up and moss a guy. So he's a very, very good deep ball thrower. I think if I was to really go to where he's probably the guy that he best comps to in the NFL currently right now, I know I mentioned Doug Flutie, but there's probably kind of some Brock Purdy in Jordan Travis and what he is as a bottom line kind of guy and what he brings. So I think that there's, much like with Brock, there's starter potential in the right system with the right amount of supporting cast. I think you could get that with Jordan, but I do think that the injury knocks him down a couple of rounds. And instead of being a potential late second round guy at the highest, I think you now see him as being kind of a pretty thorough fourth round guy at this point, Randall. But that big run that there is at those quarterbacks at the top of this draft brings a lot of scarcity to the rest of the draft as far as decently quality quarterback prospects that remain versus guys that have much more of a higher likelihood of being either career backups, a best case scenario, or worst case scenario, they don't even make it in the league. It's part of the issue that you have, Randall, when you get 5 or 6 guys taken in the first round, is it's going to thin out the rest of the herd in the draft because quarterback, even in his deepest years in the draft, is not going to be that necessarily deep. It's a tough position to play, and it's hard to find the really good prospects. Randall, though, man, thank you for all your donation. Palestine lives in Hawks Nest. Big dog, do your best Cat Williams impression. I don't know, man. I don't have a good Hawks impression, man. I don't know a good one, Cat. I've tried Cat a couple times. He's hard. He's a tough one. I'm working on it, though. I'm going to try to see if I can figure out Cat. But he's hard, man. Got me bottled up. Yeah, Poyer wouldn't count against the comp formula because he was cut. It'd be fun. Stephen Weston, thank you for reminding me of that. Please do, folks, if you could for me, hit that like button. It does help out the channel considerably. Johnny Utah, Darian Taylor Demerson has been shooting up draft boards since the combine. I only know him because my nephew goes to Texas Tech. He's very smart and can play all over the defensive backfield. I've got him on my list, Johnny, to take a look at. Haven't gotten a chance to get to him quite yet on my scouting board, but I do have him as one of my guys to go through. I'm peeling through about 3 or 4 prospects a day, so I'm getting through them. Save the Geese. JJ is a much better prospect than Tebow. His throwing motion alone was so bad. Yeah. Tebow didn't even have really an upside to be a backup quarterback in the league. So, agreed. Femi says B just wants McCarthy's girl. Hell yeah, I'm sure. Sure he's doing fine for himself. Resign Colby Parkinson. Brandon, don't you resign me and Tip Ryman, 70 pounds above average tight end speed and some offensive defensive line instead of that darn Brock Bowers? Gino needs some muscle help like Fatanu. It's as much as just that I think Bowers is a blue chip tight end. I don't think there's too many of those that come out, and I'm a value-based model mindset. Resign Colby. I mean, Tip's a nice player, but he's, I don't know what I'm going to get with him really as far as an overall player. Maybe he'll be good, maybe he won't. I know what I'm going to get with Bowers. So it's much as just my love of Bowers than anything else. And Parkinson, look, Colby, you had a good year. You're going to cost a lot of money, man. I can't give you $6 million, bro. You're nice, but $6 million you're not $6 million nice. I'm sorry. I can't give you that nod. I can do 4. Okay. I can do 2 and 8. Can we go with that? I mean, I'll tell John to kick you at 3 in signing. That's $3 million in your hand today. 2 and a 4, 2 and an 8, $4 million a year. It's a devalued position. What am I going to say? What can I do? Palestine Hawks Nest, big dog. I like your thoughts. Thank you, Palestine. Pumpkin is a beautiful girl, man. No doubt about that. She's a good one. And Brian Myers, I've got a Maya Dunzier comp is Fitzgerald, but I'll do Julio Jones too. I mean, I think it's the same kind of picture of what you're getting as far as the potential of that player, you know. Pigeon Boys, how impactful do you think it'll be having Uchenna back next year? Big, largely impactful. He's a very complete player for the position. You saw the run defense went sideways the second he went out last year. I don't think it went out just because of Uchenna, like he's that important where our whole defense runs on him, but he's a solid all-around player that helps your defense at the end of the day. Maybe doesn't have the star power or whatnot with that, but again, to find a complete player that's strong in both against the run and against the pass, you know, guy that'll get you 8, 9, 10 sacks a year and then play strong run defense on top of it. That's a quality player that can help us out, especially as part of a rotation. So I like him. I do like him. And Parkinson, I don't got any problem with trading down at 16. But if I got a chance of one of the blue chip prospects, it does make it harder for me to trade down. Phillips says Bowers is around. I think he comes to Seattle. I think so too, man. At 16, I don't think John would turn that down. Bowers is nice. Noah says no Mac Jones, awful player. I'm not a big Mac Jones guy either. But hey, you know, you never know. Brian Blank says, I still say the market isn't going to be there for Locke. He's a great backup. He's a great option as a backup. Very well. I just think he has to come in at the right price, Brian. You know, I don't think we can afford to pay him $5 million a year this year with Geno's costs going up like it is at the position. He's got to come down at more of a low-end deal at that point. But it's possible, and the team certainly does like him. Calm Cow, hey Brandon, how's it going? It's going great, man. How's your night going? I feel like I've seen you stream a bunch recently. The grind is real, ha. It is. I'm excited this offseason, man. We've had some great change, and you know, I've had to stream for a couple off seasons in a row where things have been a little stilted here, and there's not been as many exciting things and you know, new twists sort of to go over. Things kind of were where they were, so it's definitely energized me in a unique way. Calm Cow, you know what I mean? A lot of things to discuss, a lot of topics to cover now. Calm Cow, how relieved are you that we were able to release Monet? Thought he may still have been hurt to a point we couldn't pass the physical on time. I did too, Calm, especially with how long they were waiting on this one. So hugely. I never liked the deal really from the onset, and have been looking forward to the moment of finally getting out from under that deal, as it's just been a nothing burger for the Hawks. I mean, it's another one of those deals you're paying all this money and you're getting nothing, literally zero from that signing. So gotta move on. Glad to see that they're not trying to hope on a wing and a prayer that it can somehow work its way out to get him some value, you know, sunk cost fallacy and all that. Brian Myers says the whole Browers option will purely be how McDonald and Grubb think they can use him. Yeah. There's also just general, he's a complete player though too, where it's, you don't have to just, to me, use him as a pass catcher to make sure you're getting his ultimate value, but just let him be your number one tight end, you know, let him work, let him cook. Phillips says Hawks need another first or second. No clue how you get it. Mortgage next year's draft, maybe, not sure. I think a pushback in the first, Phillip, gets you there. You know, if you go from 1 to 25, 26, maybe you got to kick in an extra fifth rounder, but then you probably pick up a late second round pick at that point. So it's, the key is in that first round pick, and the trading back in there is probably where you get that done, in my opinion. Haley says, B, you've looked at Grubb's offense. He used tight end sets a lot, right? Yes, he did. So heavy amount, not just only of including the tight end and Haley and 11 personnel, but a lot of 12 personnel, 2 tight end sets. So yeah, tight end is a big part of his offense. Lot of 2 tight end sets especially. So he's going to want a good guy in there. Resign Colby Parkins and Brandon. Any chance Grubb pushes for Westover or Culp as a round 7 tight end or UDFA instead of giving me the bag of cash that I deserve? Sigh. Groan. 5 million is too much, Parkinson. No, we don't settle in the middle. You got to give us value, man. Take one for the team on this one, Park. Take one for the team on this one, brother. We're trying to build a champion. Everybody's got to take a little bit less. Westover or Culp are a possibility. I mean, Westover especially, who might be a UDFA guy who ends up becoming your 3rd tight end in the roster for very, very cheap. Not too bad at that point. So possibility, hell, we may sign you and then Westover's the 3rd behind you. You know? Do you Cat Williams to bring out Jamal? Jamal Adams! Sit down right now, Jamal Adams. You are a wonderful different player from a next generation, that kind of a player. But we've got to release you, Jamal Adams. You've been one hell of a player, but we got to let you go. Your time has come up. I got to work on my cat. He's a tough one. Resigned Colby Parkinson. Brandon, did you notice Devin Culp's speed at the combine? Will Grubb take Culp and Westover instead of paying me? He might just. I did. Fastest tight end, I think, at the combine in the 40 at least. The production's not quite there with Culp to match that a little bit, but man, it's possible. You're expensive, Park. Man, the price has gone up, man. It's when it gets real once you're outside that rookie deal, man. The pen stroke to the check gets real. And Haley, I don't think we're going to re-sign Evan Brown or Damian Lewis. They just don't fit to the scheme as far as the mobility goes. And very much not in that way. You know, not even in a close vicinity. Scooby Snacks, I'm having a great night, man. How's your night going? John says Browers is 16, especially historically not using our tight ends. Plus Washington had athletic stud at tight end and did not use him the whole season in Culp. Well, maybe Culp's not particularly great. You know, they found some usage for Westover. I'll tell you that. But I like Bowers. I'd be willing to do it. Comes down to me, John. He's a blue chip player at a position of need at that point. Make that work, you know, as far as the team goes. Brian Blank, why is Ballorster here? I'm not sure. I thought they would have moved off of him as well as part of this group, but just haven't done it. Colby Parkinson, Brandon, if you can convince Schneider to not sign Bowers and re-sign me on a team-friendly basis, I will give Pumpkin free salmon sacks for 2 years. I can do that. But you've got to take the team-friendly deal. John's going to want that. The second I knock on his door, he's going to be like, why are you even knocking my door if he's not taking the team-friendly deal? So there's got to be a general agreement here of like, all right, I'm taking $2 million less, but now I don't have to move. I don't have to move. I can stay on the West Coast. I'm from Stanford. I get to chill. And Pumpkin gets her salmon snacks. Everybody's happy. I'm a pimp named Slickback. Adon, when does K9's contract end? You've got K9 for another 2 years. You can theoretically sign him to a contract extension after next year if you want to. You can also you could be a dick about it if we wanted to and pull him out to 4 years and then franchise him twice and use up all of his prime years before we dump him to the side of the street like a lot of franchises do. Like the Giants are doing with Saquon this offseason. There's a lot of running backs getting kind of left out on the street, you know, with the sign of like, who wants free running back, right? There's a little bit of that going on right now. So a couple of years left, Adon. But if he goes out and has a big year this year, they can always maybe try to make something happen. Chris says, Hawksnest, would you trade with Washington, 16 and a fourth, for 36, 40, and 220th? I don't know if they'd include 220. No, Chris, I'd like to be more like, my value on this would be this. If we're going like 16 to 26, 27, that should be enough to pull me a second round pick. Maybe I've got to throw a fifth back to seal the deal. But I like picking then at that 26 level much more than I like picking it. Proverbially in your situation, 37, I got to go another 7 spots back before I start to pick in your situation. I would rather stay into that territory. I think you maybe miss out on a player at that point potentially. So I would, I can't do that. They got to throw me like, it'd have to be like 16, 36, 40 and some future pick on top. It's close, Chris. It isn't far, but I can't quite get there. Femi says, B, did you see Matt LaFleur and Eberflus at a basketball game together? If I see McDonald and Kyle Shanahan at a game together, I won't be happy. Well, it's hard on some of these staffs. Femi, these guys came up together and, friendships like that are born and you work together for years and then you go separate places. It can be a bit tough with that, but it's kind of the age we're in now, It's like players having friendships on the field where they used to kind of hate each other off the field, Everything's a little bit more kumbaya now, I guess, Palestine Hawks Nest salmon snacks for kiddies is a must. Yeah. Well, as you can see with Pumpkin's girth, she definitely gets her share of salmon snacks. She's not going salmon snack light over here. You know what I'm saying? Huey says, I would definitely think about trading up for Joe Alt, but not at a quarterback price. He's my best tackle in the draft too, Huey. And boy, you can't argue with the bloodlines of his dad being a former lineman for the Chiefs, and a great one at that. And he's only, 20, 21 years old, very young. A lot of upside on that kid. And really, really, really good player. Parkinson, Brandon, 4 million plus salmon snacks for Pumpkin deal. Now make sure we get Tavondre Sweat in round 2. I saw your last mock. Hard to believe he lasts until round 3. I know, man. Well, I've tried a couple of these different mocks sites to see if we can find one that's realistic. And yeah, he seems to be in some of these mocks dropping much further than I think he's going to go in the draft. Just he's so uniquely built and he was so uniquely productive for his size last year. But if we end up with Tavondre Sweat in the 3rd round, that will certainly be, I think, a very solid indication in itself of a very good draft executed by John Schneider if he can pull off that kind of value. Brian Blank says, B, what's the realistic chances the Hawks stay at 16? Is it 100% on who's left, or do you think JS is dead set on adding more picks? What a fantastic question. I think that there's a general pull by John Schneider to move back in this draft and get back a 2nd round pick. Get at least 4 picks in the top 3 rounds. I think a big part of the draw to this, Brian, is the similarity in talent in tier 2 range, being that the upside on all those guys in that tier 2 range is all kind of in a similar kind of state. So getting an extra one of those picks in that range would be the advantageous thing to sort of pull off if you have that thinking and outlook of it, if John Schneider does. And historically in the past, he has at times had that kind of outlook on it. You do bring up what I think would be the bit of the overriding factor on this, Brian, that the recent last 2 years, the change that's been undergone by the organization is more of a value-based model mindset when it comes to drafting. Meaning that if there's this valuable guy on the board, we go to that valuable guy. It's not about necessarily the number of picks we assemble. It's about getting the best overall talent at the end of the day. And so if one of those blue chip type players falls to you at 16, even if you have a general draw to trade back at that point and pick up that 2nd round pick, if you're getting one of those blue chip guys, and from my perspective, Brian, I look at it like this. I think that there's 10 guys in this draft that are blue chip guys. I'm talking star potential. Maybe even Hall of Fame type potential, right? Once you leave 10, though, you're in a different territory as far as tier 2 goes. So if we're in 16 and we're able to get one of those blue chip top 10 guys, that's going to make it hard for me to move back. I would rather jump on that blue chip guy because you've been able to sort of take advantage of the market conditions, which were created at that point, Brian, because of so many quarterbacks going ahead of you in those top 16 picks. That pushed the blue chip guy to you into your waiting arms. So don't push her away, Don't slap her away. Bring her in for a hug. You know what I mean? Bring that blue chipper in. Adon, what about DK's contract and how does it work? DK's got a couple more years left on his deal. He's not being paid, overpaid, or costing too much. I'm not sure about what you mean on your question on that, Idion. Sorry, man. If you can phrase it just a little bit differently on that one. Scooby Snacks, Sweat will probably go late second. I think certainly somewhere in the second round, Scooby. Yeah. I don't know, bro. Quarterback at 16. I don't think you're going to go quarterback at 16. I don't know, bro. I don't know if the team's really in love with any one of these guys, number one. But number two, I think because there'll be 5 guys taken up ahead of them in this draft, the value will be too great there to not take the player or trade back at that point as 2 alternative options to taking a QB. I'd be shocked if it was. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, I appreciate you. He says, eye test. Westover's got great hands, great athlete. He does. I think those are two real hallmarks, I think, of his game, Randall. So it's a great mention of that is kind of at the forefront of who he is and what makes him go and tick is that the hands are like glue. And though he's not really quick or fast, he is able to flip his hips, turn in space, cut off at the stem of the route, and create separation with that athleticism in space. I love him as a late round kind of guy. I mean, if you get him in the 7th round and that's your 3rd tight end, it's not the worst of ways to go. And he just kind of strikes you as a little bit of a gamer too. Maybe not the best of blockers, but he's kind of a move tight end. So that's not really what you would typically ask those guys to be and do anyway. But every time I would turn on Washington, I end up walking away with probably 2 or 3 plays in the game with Westover just really standing out with some of the plays he made. Like they needed a big catch. Things were getting tight. Everything's getting nervous. The heart's beating in your chest. And Penix would oftentimes go to him for those kind of big plays, and he would come through for them, which really stood out. So great. Yeah, fun player, Randall. And he's going to no doubt dip down the draft because he doesn't have the measurables or the testing numbers. But just one of those guys you got to turn on the tape and you go, he can play, though. He can play. TJ, I was looking at that center. Can't think of his name. Jackson Powers was probably who you were looking at. Good player. Philip Castle, Sweat's a poor man, Cortez Candy. His was more of a 3 tag. Sweat's a pure 1 tag. There's a little difference on those guys. Big boys, though. Yeah, Jackson Powers, good player. He's the best center in the draft, King. No doubt. And Josh Sweat would be great after a trade back, man. I feel like I don't know if Sweat's going to become like the man in the middle in there and become really great 1 tech in this league. But I absolutely do believe that bare minimum, he gives you really great rotational help going through the defensive line. And even if it's there on a sort of, sample size of snaps as you move through a game because of conditioning issues or he's just so big, it's going to still give you some really good snaps. DJ says, Jackson Powers Johnson, best center all time, calling it now. Let's go, man. Coming in bold with the takes there. Hey, maybe, man. There's not a lot of guys running out there at pure 330 at the position like him with his kind of power. He's really uniquely built. I was trying to go look for a comp for him, TJ, when I was looking at some scouting stuff on him the other night, and I was like, man, all these centers I go back through like recent history, everybody's a sub 300 pounder. And this guy came into the combine legit weighing in at 330. He is a freaking truck. He always says, Sweat's a freak, possible game wrecker, love him. We won't get him, though. It's hard to never know with him. He's one of those hard ones to kind of peg where he's going to be at exactly here. I can't see him at 16 either, though, Will. Pigeon Boys, can someone explain where the term blue chipper comes from? Well, this is my own terminology to a pigeon. It's used in a variety of different places in a variety of different ways. What I'm trying to attempt to do with this pigeon in trying to isolate the term blue chip is I'm trying to go against a little bit of a narrative or a mentality of thinking in regards to the draft by the average fan. What I mean by that is the average fan sees 32 first round picks and it says, okay, well, there's 32 first round players and there's 32 second round picks. So then there's 32 second round worthy players. And then there's 32, 30, or whatever third round picks there are. So there's this many third round players. But it doesn't really work that way in the valuation of these guys. What you actually end up getting, and this is a very common occurrence, is you go to a draft on a yearly basis and there's really only about 1 to 12 guys that are truly, as I call them, blue chip prospects. Or if you're looking for a better term to give you more clarity on this pigeon, Hall of Fame star potential players. So to think of it like this, if you're 1 through 10, as it is in this draft for me, star Hall of Fame potential. If you're going from picks 11 to about 60, so deep into the second round, maybe even in the third round, you've got upper level starter potential, meaning that this guy can start in the league and he can be an upper level starter in the league. You go from like about third round to the fifth round, you've got starter potential there, and then onwards you're taking a flyer. So it's just an attempt by me to sort of get a line of demarcation in that first round to try to sort of take people a little bit out of the mentality of thinking these guys of, well, this guy's a first rounder and that guy's a first rounder, so they're kind of equivalent. I'm like, well, this guy's a true blue chip kind of prospect in this draft, and this guy's just a really good prospect in this draft. Femi B, did you have Spoon as a blue chip prospect coming out of Illinois? I have him there. Let me look. I got to check my big board. I had him as the first round draft pick, and I had him as the best corner in the draft, depending on the scheme you put him in. If you put Gonzalez into a zone-based scheme, he'd be better. But if you're going to go with a man-based scheme, then he was going to be the best player, the best corner for you in the draft. I don't know if I had the blue chip on him or not, though. I'm very hard-pressed to give those out. So let me see here. Where'd I have him here? No, I did. Hey, look at that. My final valuation did. So let me show you where I had... let me show you the picture I got here. Shows you my greatness really as an evaluator. I mean, that's really what it just shows you. Just shows you I was on top of it. So, oh hell, it's not going to let me do this. Oh, maybe it will. Okay, so here you got this is my horizontal board from last year. And as you can see here, I had both Christian Gonzalez and Devin Witherspoon with blue chip status on them. They're two different players in the respective. Gonzalez needed to be in a zone-based scheme. Witherspoon needed to be in more of a man-based scheme to get the utmost out of them. But you can see I had only Jalen Carter and Will Anderson and Brian Branch as my other blue chip guys. Blue chip is marked them on these horizontal boards for me by the bold. Whoever the player is in bold. That's a blue chip prospect. So, yeah, got that one right on Witherspoon. Looking pretty good on that one. Kobe Parkinson, Brandon agreed. That darn Westover makes me nervous about getting my bag of cash for sure. No one has their eye on him. No, he's going under the radar for sure, brother. He's definitely flying a little bit low on that one. But he'll make, I think, a roster. King says, Brandon, Fatano or JPJ? Got to take one or the other. Who do you take? I'm taking JPJ. Boy, they're neck and neck for me on the board, King. You know, if I'll eventually do a top 50 board, and you might have Fatano at like 24 and JPJ at 25, or vice versa. Yeah, I'll go with JPJ then too, King, I suppose, because you're going at 16 for the upside if you're not trading back. A big part of taking Fatano for me has been not to take Fatano at 16, but to take Fatano at 24, 25, 26. But I like them both. So I'd be happy with either one. Brandon, which players should our Seahawks draft first? Seahawks should draft Brock Bowers if he slips. US and Sweat going to second round at least will impact of guys like Casey Jones teams will come a-calling. I definitely think second round, yeah. And maybe there's a chance at the first. It's just there. I think there'll be a little bit of some question marks with him on the weight and conditioning and rotational snaps front of it that might be enough to push him just a little bit into that second round point. But if he went in the first, it wouldn't gobsmack me. That's for sure. Colby says, Brandon, I think Sweat and a pretty huge wingspan to go with that pretty big waist. Brandon, I think Sweat had a pretty huge wingspan to go with that pretty big waist. I think he has I think he's a building block like Vita Vea. I'm with it, man. I love him too. I think there's no defensive tackle in this draft, Colby Parkinson, that's anything like him. So he is uniquely built, and certainly he's got that Vita Vea kind of, size to him. I think Vita is purely more powerful, but definitely there's some similarities between their games. Div says trade down first for a second and a third. I'd be with the Div. I think John Schneider's definitely targeted in trying to trade down in this draft as a forefront kind of maneuver that he would like to make here. Resign Parkinson says, Brandon, do you think, when you think about drafting Sweat, do you think Big Cat will be resigned too? I love the idea of both of them in the trenches. Yes. Yeah. My thing with this is that I think that we have to snipe the situation on the defensive line more than we have to dump something whole hog into both of those two positions. I think that we're in relatively good, actually decent shape at the one and the one tech and the three tech. It's just the key is that we need a little bit of help within each. Big Cat would be that help that would solidify things with Draymond Jones already there, because next season you'll get to kick Draymond Jones back inside rather than having to forge so many snaps off the edge. So you're going to be fine there. And Mike Morris comes back, who missed all last season, as the third guy. You're fine there at that point. Likewise, now, if you bring in Tavondre Sweat, you've got Tavondre Sweat, Jaron Reed, and Cam Young as your third. I think that that's a pretty good stack of three nose tackles on your roster at that point. So, yeah, they'd be great together, I think. And I don't think Green Bay is going to have an easy time of running it up the middle on us at that point. That's a lot of beef up in the A and the B gap. Scooby Snacks AB, would you trade down to 16 to get a second rounder in the upcoming draft? Yes, I would. I think that's actually kind of ideal right now, Scooby Snacks, because I do not think that it's likely a blue chip guy is going to get into the pick at 16, which means that you're in that territory I talked about, which is already into the tier 2 range of the draft, which means if I can get more picks within the tier 2, I would personally do so. And TJ, if any three of those guys, Bowers, I wouldn't do JJ McCarthy. I'm out on McCarthy completely, TJ, but Bowers, Daniels, I'm definitely with it. Definitely with it. I'll tell you that. I'll tell you that much right now. Brian Blank B, you've mentioned possibly drafting a center several times. Do you or not see Olu as a 5-year starter? If not, why? I have hope for Oluwatimi, so I'm not out on Oluwatimi. I think the problem comes into play that you didn't really run Oluwatimi at all much last year. And when I look at Evan Brown going out last year and not having a good season, and the team being unwilling to go to Oluwatimi, I walk away from that and I go, well, the team should have at one point or another have gone to him. The team should have at one point or another, if he was good enough to be that guy as a 5-year starter like you're mentioning, then, he should be doing something at that point to earn those stripes to get out on that football field. The fact that he wasn't was to me a little bit of like, okay, maybe the team doesn't have the trust. Maybe I shouldn't have as much the trust. The thing I don't want to do, the thing I'm against on some of these positions is going bare minimum, going up to that line and going, okay, let's just do just enough. Right now, we have Oluwatimi and no backup center. So rather than look at that as a situation where you could do a move, it would be just to do just enough. Let's go sign a $2 million backup Evan Brown or Austin Blythe, and we'll snag him in there with Olatimi. And then you come to find Olatimi's not enough, and then you're going to the backup $2 million option for the whole rest of the season. I don't like that. I think, as I've said, there's nothing to be lost by over-injecting the offensive line. There has been no team in NFL history, not a one that you can find me, that has gone out and wholeheartedly driven into their offensive line, done that lack of approach of bare minimum, but I mean, I'm talking dump the resources in, who walked away and didn't come away saying that was good. That was good resource valuation. That was a good dumping of those resources into the right direction. It's something that seems to always pay off, but so many teams still get ahead of it. And I think they do so mainly because of that getting it just good enough approach to things, taking it just up to that line where it's just good enough now. And so I like Oluwatimi. He fits to the new scheme and what you require. But if there's a way to upgrade over the top of Oluwatimi, who at the end of the day last year was a 5th round pick, and if you're talking about Jackson Powers, this is a far different talent of a player. And that's where you're going to operate with valuation, is if you can improve the position, you can improve the position. And it's a bit of a different approach, I think, to how there is that other approach of, but we're okay here. We can just we can get by with what we got there, and then we can go cheap on that, and then we can dump this over into that. I go, hey, if you can upgrade it, you can upgrade it. If you can do better, you can do better. Hammer it, so to speak. I do like Olu, though, but the team should have gone to him last year with the way Brown was playing if he was that far and away this kind of player that's going to be solidified in that position. Unless Carroll just hates rookie centers. Could be that too. Colby Parkinson says, yeah, Brandon, yep, where's the beef? Big Cat and Sweat got the beef, boy. They do that. He just has 750 pounds of human being down there. Holy Hand Grenade says, be hypothetical. Bears call to give the number 1 and number 9 pick for DK Metcalf. Do you take it? Yeah. The number 9 and the number 1 overall pick straight up? Sure. I'll throw him a 3rd round pick just to feel bad for today. That'd be a hell of a haul. And I don't want to move DK, but oof, look out. I got Caleb Williams and Malik Neighbors. I can make that work. King Bomber, I do think there's a chance that the Eagles, Dolphins, Steelers, or Jaguars trade up to take JPJ because all 4 of those teams need a center. I think the Eagles will probably be out on that process, King. They've got Juergens and they've got Landon Dickerson in-house already to take over those duties. But Dolphins, Steelers, Jags, yeah, sure, 100%. 100% that's possible. Very much so. He's just saying quarterback in this draft should be lucky to come to Seattle. Look at these weapons. We have DK, Lockett, JSN, Bobo, Young. That's 5 receivers and K9 and Sharp at halfback. We're looking good, man, TJ. 2 bookend tackles, too. Tends to be 2 of the more important positions on that offensive line seemingly taken care of as well. Chris, the Hawks Nest, worst first-round pick ever, not named Jamarcus Russell. My vote is the Saints with Rolexenbend. I don't even remember Rolexenbend. I don't know. What about the number 1 overall pick that got taken out of Kentucky by the Browns back in the day? I forget the name. Browns. I think he was out of Kentucky or something. Tim Couch. What about Tim Couch? Number one overall pick. What did he do? I think Rolexenbend, he was at least like more of a middle first, right? There's been some bad ones, though, man. Kajana Carter. Bomber, and I go to Brandon's point on this. They should have started Oluwatimi when Brown was struggling. Yeah. There's something to be, I think, seen within that there, because coaches aren't going to tend to allow a good, valuable player that's going to be better than what they're trotting out there to sit on the bench and languish if the position is in such a somewhat deteriorated state as it was. Aloha, Lord Boom. Says, hola, Brandon. Well, for me, it's sad to see Jamal and Diggs go, but we knew this was going to happen, so I wish them the best, but I'm excited to see what's next. Me too, Lord Boom. Kind of had to happen. It's tough. It's rough, but had to occur. a good point, King Bomber, is that if Oluwatimi does become the guy, you can't always kick Jackson Powers to the guard position, and he can play really well there. So I don't think that that's you just pushing JP out of his natural place that he can be successful. I think he can be really a good guard too. He's got the power to make that happen. Josh misses Max Unger. Me too, man. I'd love to get a great center back in there again. Brian says P-hated rookie offensive lineman. He might have, Brian. It's a possibility with it. And Oluwatimi might be great. He might be just fine in there. I just want to make sure, Brian, that it's at the forefront of my offseason. It's the high priority on my list right now as it stands, which is get us this offensive line and turn it into a strength of this team. And it needs to be hit hard in order to accomplish that. Resign Parkinson says, Brandon, if the Bears GM gives away number 9 pick for DK, would you let the general manager and his family hide out at your place? Seriously, would Bears push for Russell Wilson then? I don't know, I guess. Or they'd just rock with Justin Fields, I suppose, still. Colby. But I definitely, if somebody wants to give away the house, the car, and the vacation home, I'll take it from them. Yeah, Johnny Utah, the Eagles are set with Kelsey. They got Landon Dickerson, who's been playing left guard, and they got Cam Jurgens, who's playing right guard. Both of those guys are better at center. So they're sitting on the right goods right now as it is. Greg, I haven't scouted Kieran Amagabajigadi yet. Let me see if I've got him on my list. I have him on my list. Only problem there, Greg, becomes he is out of Yale. So I don't know. I don't have on all the tape. I don't have all the tape on all the guys. So I don't know if I'll be able to find much tape on Kieran. Brian says, based on what I saw at Michigan, he has all the kills to start in the Hall with a bit more experience. I could see it. Yeah. Millen says Eskridge and Bloor next. Josh says, Brandon, I love what Lucas does at right tackle, but would love some insurance in case the injuries are not overhyped. Any prospects that could give us insurance and potentially play guard? It's quite a few, actually, in this draft. It's one reason that, Josh, a lot of people are saying this is one of the better drafts you'll find in recent memory for offensive linemen, is that it's really well-stocked and well-stocked with guys that are truly flexible, not forced flexible, but truly flexible. There's 3 main guys that I've locked into here, Josh, that I think would fit this manner. And I think from an idealistic standpoint, if we talk about idealism, number 1 would be to have a blue chip guy fall to the Seahawks at 16. That doesn't happen for me. The idealized version, number 2, then, as far as a day 1 draft scenario goes, we move back in the draft. We go to like 24, 25, 26. We pick up the extra second round pick. And then with that first round pick, we take one of Cooper Bebe, Troy Fatanu, or Graham Barton. All 3 of these guys have a very rich history of playing tackle at the college level, but who project to be guards at the next level. So you get a Fatano in who will be your starting left guard, but if you had to kick him out to right tackle because Lucas is out, now he goes out there and not only gives you a guy that kind of holds on for dear life at the position, but can still be a very good player for you at that position if you move him out there. He gives you true versatility in his ability to do that. And I believe that Bebe and I believe that Barton would do the same type of thing, Josh. So those would be the 3 main guys that I would look for if you're talking about at the top of the draft. It's not only segmented to just those guys. Jordan Morgan, Dominic Pooney would also be kind of 2 guys that could potentially get that done for you as well, too. So there's a couple in there. There's a couple in this draft. Brian says, giving up on players after 1 year is moronic, especially if you only have barely seen them play. Yeah, and I'm not giving up, of course, on Olu at all. I'm just wanting to make sure that our ranks are really reinforced. Scooby says, I think Russ is going to the Raiders. Watch it happen. It's possible. I mean, sounds like the Falcons who we connected with them are going with Cousins, and the Steelers weren't interested. And There's not that many teams that are left at that point that are going to be interested. He just said, let's call the Broncos and ask if they want Geno. Come on, Brock. We'll give you a second round. Philip says Barton played center in college. He's played all over the place in college, Philip. I think it's been both center and left tackle and even a little bit of guard, I think. Chris Foster, Barton, the center in the NFL? He might be. I've got him I think he could be a hell of a good left guard. Yeah, he says, I'm not saying cut Olu, but just don't go in the season with him as the guide. Must upgrade the position. I'm with that totally. I think that's completely reasonable. Completely reasonable. Josh says, excellent. Thank you, Brandon. My pleasure, Josh. Thank you. Appreciate you again, too, for the donation earlier. Cody Parkinson, Brandon, you make a great point about Fatano and flexibility. No news about Lucas's injury. Every day I worry a little bit more. Sigh. I'm concerned with it as well. And when they were asked about whether or not this operation that he just recently had was going to fix the situation, John said, maybe. And that's not a great indication. So getting some insurance here would be a smart way to go. I do think Stone Forsythe did a good job of holding down the fort last year when he was asked to do what he was doing, but getting a little bit more reinforcement, as I say, reinforcing the ranks is what I'm really looking to do as much as building up the strength into as a team. It's also about getting just more put into that whole offensive line group that's been treated a little bit like the redheaded stepchild on the team for the last few years at times. Randall McDaniel with another $5 donation. Thank you, Randall, for all the donations tonight, all the support, man. One of my OGs in the chat here. Man, much love, brother. Much love. Randall with the $5 says, Jalen Carter created a lot of debate in the chat last year. Polarizing pick this year. I say either McCarthy or Bowers. Brock Bowers might be the best player in the draft. That's where I think your final point on that, Randall, would be a little bit of why I wouldn't necessarily think that he is going to be that guy to draw that kind of divisive opinion on him, to your point, right? I think that that's just less likely to cause that because of that. So, and I think as well, there'll be even the people that wouldn't want to see a tight end, even people that would say you shouldn't take a tight end in the first round, people that would say that it's not smart to do, there's other players we need help for. I think that they would still come around on Bowers because of that potential. You might have just got one of the best players in the draft. You got a blue chip guy. With McCarthy, there's not enough of a consensus on that one that he would be that way. So I think he would be that polarizing guy because he would be looked at as you just might have taken a backup quarterback in this league as a first-round quarterback. And now you're invested to this guy for a couple of years hoping he becomes that guy, even if he shows you he's not that guy instantaneously. So I think you touched on probably the guy that is the right one that would be the controversial figure if they were to take him there. I'm looking through who else might be a guy that could be that guy. I do think there'd be a bit of controversy on even a guy like Braylon Trice. If you went for another edge in the first round, I think that would be a bit of a divisive one for fans, Garth. Would be like, another edge, an edge in the first round at that point. I don't know if Dallas Turner would create that kind of animosity, but I think that would definitely stir a few tanks as far as people's outlook of things a little bit there with it. But I think you touched on the right one. I think McCarthy taken in the first round would have people kind of, myself included, kind of pissed off. He's one of the few picks I think that we could be taking there in that first round that would have me like, no. I mean, I'm not even a big Byron Murphy guy, but at least I'd be like, yeah, okay, I can see it. I get it with that. So, but no, I think Bowers is going to be, he's too well liked as a player to draw that kind of controversy. There'll be a few people that'll be like, but overall people will be like, just got the best tight end in the draft, maybe the best tight end over the last 3 or 4 years to come out in a draft. Hard to shake a stick at that. But thank you, Randall, man, for all your donations tonight. Greg Camp, Brandon Coleman has played left tackle, left guard, and right tackle in the draft. There's another one that's a guy with flexibility. Great point on that one, Greg. I have looked at Brandon Coleman. Nope, haven't had a chance to take a look. He's on my list as well. But there's another good one. How about the Tanner guy? Tanner Mortaglione. There's another guy who's played 5 positions on the offensive line. Legitimate experience with these guys and their flexibility. Not forced, but it's all they've had their experience playing in these positions. And you can kind of give them in a variety of different places. To Greg's point with Brandon Coleman, You can get him in a variety of different places in this draft. Chris Foster, Seattle should trade my Bears, go get a first-round pick and take Caleb the Clown so we don't have to. 3 firsts and this year's second. That's a mighty spicy a meatball. 3 firsts, huh? That's a bit pricey, man. Would you do 2 firsts and a second? I'll kick you a 5th on top. Come on, Chris. Let's make this a win-win. Tony Wright, how you doing, man? My man out in Atlanta. Good evening, Brandon. I've stated in my many chats that my Falcons should trade down from pick 8 to pick 10 with the Jets, who want a top 2 offensive lineman and draft quarterback Bo Nix still and sit him under Kirk Cousins. Be very interesting to see guys go with the big swing to Cousins, Tony, and then come back and take a guy in the first round. I wouldn't say that I'd be against it, but seems like teams don't tend to have that kind of guts to do that type of thing, you know? Like if Cousins was already on the roster, that'd be one thing, but the fact you sign him to the 3-year, 4-year deal on top of it might make it a little bit tougher to make that kind of move happen. And it does seem like you guys are in the crosshairs to get Cousins at this point, but it's possible. Possible you take that route. And just one of the reasons, Tony, that I'm predicting 5 quarterbacks go in the top 16 picks because of the need of so many teams ahead of us that really do need that quarterback. Even if they sign a guy like in your case, you know, like you're advocating for, even if you sign a guy like Cousins, still saying, yeah, but 35-year-old Cousins probably need to have a little bit of, you know, something in place if something goes wrong with him. DJ says, remember when Carter tried to intercept the ball between the center's legs? That was genius, man. He almost pulled it off. And Tony, I'm honestly, Tony, at this point, I think your Falcons have gotten stuck a bit in this position where they're at right now of in between. And so I've advocated for my Hawks to bring in a new coaching staff at this point to take things down a little bit to the studs a bit, reset the button a little bit, and get a clear view of things. The problem I have, Tony, with signing Kirk Cousins, which I don't know if you'd really be advocating for, is that it's like a go for it now move. And while I know that division is wide open and I know you have a highly talented team right now, that's not, to me, the move to make in this time period. This is how teams get stuck in that place that I say, Tony. And, you know, we've talked about this. It's 4 different states you find yourself in as an NFL team. 4 different states. You're rebuilding, ascending, in between, or you're elite. Falcons make a signing like Cousins. It better be a signing to say, we signed Cousins now to become elite. Not we signed Kirk Cousins to become in between. And in between is Dante's hell. That is your 7 rungs of hell in the NFL. It's not in rebuild. It's not in ascending mode. It is an in-between state because you can be stuck there for years. You can be stuck there for decades. And so if you're going to go with the Cousins pick, Tony, number 1, trading back, getting a 3rd-round pick in this draft, yes. Pick up that extra value, get another swing in the 3rd round, get another swing at one of the top 100 players in this draft. Do that for sure. When I come back to 10 at that point, I'm making the pick. If I have Cousins in there, I'm getting hopefully one of the blue chip guys. And Tony, because of the way that this is going to work, there's probably likely that you're sitting there looking at a blue chip guy. You know, I don't know how much the need is for you for offensive linemen. I don't know really how much the need is going to be for you guys for receivers, where you're at as it stands with that. But you're going to have a good chance at a blue chip guy there then in the top 10 if you move back a couple of those picks at that point, Tony. But yeah, I'm not a fan of the Cousins going to Atlanta thing, man. I'm really not. Huey's on board with that trade. Huey wants himself some Caleb. Chris says Bowers won't make it to 16. It's a complicated thing, Chris. It's a complicated thing, man. Just run through the numbers on this, though, brother. You got 5 quarterbacks taken probably in the first 16 picks. Undoubtedly, I think. You're going to have 4 tackles taken in the first 16 picks. So that takes us to 9 players right there. We're 5 away, man. 5 away just in that scenario alone. You're going to have Marvin Harrison Jr. and Malik Neighbors also taken. That takes us to 11. That means, so we're 9 to 11. So we're 5 there away at that point. You're just five different players taken. A cornerback getting taken, this guy getting taken, another here just taken, and then a Bowers slips. The tough part with Bowers going top 10, let's say, Chris, or top 12, is that you have to actually pay some decent money for a Bowers in the first round at 12. he's costing you $8-9 million per year. And this is at a time where the tight end position's been devalued in a major way, to where that does factor in. You're not getting the cheap, highly talented player on the rookie quote unquote deal that's really advantageous to the team. You're paying market prices for the rookie right out of the gate if you're picking it up in that top 10, top 12 state. At 16, the numbers get a little bit easier to swallow, but it could be a big part of what causes him to dip and dive down in this draft a little bit. Phillips, as I said, the Seahawks should become the quarterback whisperers and trade for broken quarterbacks. Chris says, I'm not on the Trice train, at least not before the third. I've dropped him down in the second round on my big board as well, Chris. I'm starting to, not sour, but just cool on him. Brian B., with you giving Brock Bowers a blue chip grade, given the devaluation of the tight end position, can you make an argument that even at 16, he's worth it? Yes, I can. Because I think that the devaluation goes to a certain place, but then it can't go overdrive. You don't want to spill over the top of the cup with the devaluation argument. There's always exceptions to the rules, and there's always a point where you see these arguments taken too far. For instance, Brian, with the running back situation, we've seen it taken too far. You take what is a good idea originally with the running back thing being, don't take a running back in the first round, and it starts to bleed over to where now you hear people talk about, no, you can't take a running back in the second round, and you can't take one in the third round, and you shouldn't take a running back, but just wait to the end of the draft because they're all the same anyway. And so it gets taken too far. The concept is correct in its origins, but then it gets taken too far. You talk about taking a tight end in the top 5, top 10. Okay, I'm with you. But you talk about taking the best tight end that we've seen coming out in the last, let's be fair and realistic here. Kyle Pitts is not a tight end. Kyle Pitts is more wide receiver than he is tight end. So I'm not going to include him in the evaluation of this process. Bowers is a tight end. He is the best tight end that we've seen come out in a draft at that position in 5 or 6 years. To me, conceptually on that note, Brian, no matter where the devaluation argument is, if I have the best player that's come out at a given position in 5 years and I have the opportunity to take that player at 16 in a draft, I have a hard time seeing how that's not a smart conceptually thing to do. I get the devaluation thing. I understand all of that. And part of this is the outlook of Brock Bowers and what blue chip truly means. It means star potential. It means, I think, George Kittle-like player you're bringing into your house immediately. A multifaceted tight end that can do it all from the position. But that's where it gets into overdrive on that, where it just gets it becomes like the blank check thing of you just don't take the tight end in the first round. There's no smart decision ever made in doing that. And that's where it feels like to me, Brian, that the running back thing got taken too, into that real extreme place of things where it's like, no, you're picking in the second round and you take a running back, you're landing the best running back in that draft in the second round. That's tremendous value. But then the analytic people come in and they go, oh yeah, but the line, but this, but that, this, Parkinson says Brandon Harbaugh and the Chargers draft at 5, I think. Does Harbaugh take McCarthy if Caleb, Daniels, and May are already gone? No. He's got Herbert. Herbert's a big part of why he took that job. He's happy with Herbert. Jance Brown, thoughts on Jaden Daniels? My comp for Jaden Daniels is Randall Cunningham, a quarterback from the 90s. I think he has very high upside, star potential. I think he grew in a major way across the board this year, from how he processed in the pocket to arm strength to accuracy, decision-making. There's things that need to be cleaned up in his game, like not turning himself into a crash test dummy when he decides to scramble with the football. But a very, very talented player with a lot of upside and deserving of going in the top 6, top 5 of this draft. He was his best argument for taking a tight end in the first is all 4 teams in the conference championship games had top tight ends. Great tight ends make a difference. Great point, Huey. It's a great point. Sam Laporta, George Kittle. Andrew's out there with Baltimore. Baltimore's got Likely on behind him. And then, of course, we got Kelsey with Kansas City. Will says, I think Caleb would make the Niners' lives hell for the next 10 years like Russ did, and that alone would be worth it. Yes. I think there's a lot of teams would be willing to pay that price, though, right now. I think there'd be a lot of teams willing to step up to that. Josh, it sounds positive hearing about all this O-line players with versatility. can target a couple in multiple different rounds, much different than forcing new players into new positions like the past. It's part of why this draft's so good for the offensive line, Josh, because it's got the strength, it's got the depth, but it's also got that versatility that's hard to find, where a lot of times, like you say, you're oftentimes forcing guys. You're taking a guy like Ethan Posick that you took out of LSU, who was a purified center, and you're forcing him to guard through his first couple of years. That's not his background. That's not what he did. He didn't have any familiarity with it. And it's damn hard to ask an NFL player to go play a new position for the first time as they're starting to try to be a pro at the same time. Chris says, if 3 quarterbacks go top 8 like they say, then I am happy no matter what at 9. Get one of Marvin Harrison, Neighbors, Odunze, Bowers, Alt, Fashano. You guys are sitting, in a lot of ways, Chris, it's almost like sitting better at pick 9 because of that. Yeah. And what you're going to see is you're going to see 5 guys picked before you take at 9. 4 quarterbacks taken before you pick at 9, Chris. Undoubtedly. 3 will be taken in the first top 5 picks, which there will be one more, be it a Bo Nix or whatnot, taken ahead of you guys. Somebody will trade up. And yeah, you're right, Chris. You're going to be left with one hell of Neighbors and the more you guys that got out of Carolina. DJ Moore. That'd be awesome tandem. Awesome. Tony, we need receivers. That's another way to go too. Odunze or Neighbors for you guys too. Tony, the values be there. I see we're going with quarterback, but that's that little bit of that middle of the road situation where you're getting the win for now, Cousins, and then you're trying to get for your future too at the same time. And that's where you'll get, that's especially what will keep a team, to me, Tony, in that middle of the road territory of things where you're stuck in purgatory. You're not progressing to becoming elite or a contender. You're stuck in this land where you're not going anywhere. You feel like you're making progress, but it's one of those things, you're in the woods and you're running around for the whole day and you're like, we'll get to civilization shortly. And then you come back to find at the end of the day, just the lights going down, you're landing right back at the campsite where you began from. Yeah, Marvin Harrison's not going to be there for you guys, Chris. You guys dreaming if you think he's there at 9. My guy will be off the board by 5. Radu says, B, our receiving attack would be so deadly with Bowers as our starter. IMO, we would be the number 1 in the league in that regard. Very well could be, and you're going to put a lot of teams into a pickle about where to put resources, I'll tell you that. Especially with the way you could spread things out with all those guys and get them working in space. Love it too with him where he's such a great yak guy after the catch at the tight end position too. It's part of my George Kittle comp with him is that he's hard to bring down after the catch on top of being such a good pass catcher too. Chris Foster, quarterback 4. 4 quarterbacks? That's right, Chris. Think about it like this, Chris. Part of this has been just as an exercise. Look at these teams that we've got up at the top of the draft here. So we've got you guys. You're taking a quarterback. You're going to move Justin Fields. Let's say you move Justin Fields to a team that is outside the realm of the top 15 picks. So Fields is out of the 15. You guys take a quarterback at 1. Washington at number 2, they're taking a quarterback. New England at 3, they're taking a quarterback, or they're moving back for a team that's going to take a quarterback. Arizona, probably likely to take a wide receiver at that point. Chargers, likely to go a different direction other than of course, quarterback. New York Giants, are they completely sold on Daniel Jones? Are they? Are they signing up to the Daniel Jones experience for 2 and 3 more years? Do they want a little bit of a hedge behind him, maybe, perhaps? Maybe. I don't think Tennessee will go with a quarterback, being that they've drafted 2 over the last 2 years. Atlanta, if they sign Cousins, is not likely to be a team. But as you've seen with Tony Wright in here, it doesn't completely take them off the board. It's in consideration still as a potentiality. You guys at 9 wouldn't take a quarterback then. But certainly the Jets, potentially after you guys pick at 10, certainly could be a team that looks to do that. And when you look at the Jets, when you look at Minnesota, and when you look at Denver, and when you look at Vegas, 10 to 13 specifically, those are teams that are very much quantifiable candidates, in my opinion, to move up with your team even there. Chris Foster, moving up with your team then at 9 to go get that quarterback there too as well, or to move up with one of those teams like the Chargers at 5 to go get their quarterback. So I think that it's more about the market demand than it is about the talent of the quarterbacks, Chris, if that makes sense. This will be driven by the the market being such a hard driving force for the way that the teams are going to view these talented quarterbacks, and that them being worthy of being picked at that mark, and that's going to drive so many to be selected so high in this draft. It's my bold proclamation. I could be wrong on it, but it feels like the way that this thing's shifting as I try to cover this. Laughing out loud, love the analogy. Thank you, Post Eminescence. Resign Colby Parkinson. Brandon, there's no place in the NFL that is like purgatory. Now, winters in North Dakota, that is kind of purgatory. True. It's still all football at the end of the day. Brian Blank B, you might be talking me into BB at 16 if we get lucky, crazy lucky. I love the kid a lot. He's a fun player, man. He's just, from the moment you turn on the tape with him, it's easy to see it. There's some of those guys where you have to watch a lot of tape and then it finally kind of clicks in. There's other guys where you just turn on the tape and you're like, oh, okay, yeah. There's something about this kid, and it's been that way with me for quite a while. I really do trust in his talent, and I think it's hard to find these kind of talented tight ends. And you look through recent years of drafts, part of the reason that they're not being taken as in consideration of the first round, in my opinion on this, Brian, is that there's not been guys worthy. They don't have the talent. They don't have the speed. They don't have the goods. Take a guy like, for instance, Jadeveon Sanders. Jadeveon Sanders is widely considered the second best tight end in this draft. Very athletic on tape. A lot of catches this last season with Texas. Tests out at 4.69 40, 1.59, 10-yard split. Just okay numbers. Okay. It's a bit of that middlingness that you get from some of these tight end prospects in recent years that's been part of why you haven't seen more of them picked higher too, though. It's been just that it's been weak class after weak class after weak class. I don't know why, but it's gone that way quite considerably too as well. Josh says, I live just miles away from State Farm Stadium in Arizona. The Harrison hype train is real down here. It seems like an easy peasy, no doubt about it going to happen. I mean, Arizona's going to take him. No doubt. Chris says, I hear you. I just don't think Bo Nix or McCarthy are top 15 picks. Other three will probably go top 3. Yeah, I would say that in regards to both those two guys, Chris, I don't have either of those guys with the first round grade, to your point, on my horizontal board. So I do have Michael Penix with the first round grade. I do believe he's a top 20 first round quarterback in this draft. But with Nix and McCarthy, I don't. But I do believe, Chris, that the NFL circles and evaluators have a much higher opinion of those two quarterbacks than I do. So it's more of it just in my assessment. This is more of the, lick the finger, stick it to the wind. Which way is the wind blowing? The wind seems to be blowing for these two guys to get picked up into that top 15 range. And in McCarthy's case, he's firing like a bullet in how fast he's running up boards based on what we're hearing. And in previous years' history, Chris, and following these drafts, when it tends to be this kind of momentum pushing behind a player like this, they tend to then land their spot up in the higher realms of the draft. They don't tend to dip back. We knew by this point last year that Will Levis had left the first round status, that he was likely to be dipping into the back end of the first round and maybe even finding himself into the second round. It wasn't a complete shock come draft day then that, he landed where he landed. First, a guy that was for a while looked at as maybe a potential top 15 first round pick. Greg says, Brandon, another envelope player that can play two positions, Mason McCormick. I think I have Mason on my list too, man. I think I got him. I don't. Let me write him down. Take a look at it, man. Multiple positions, brother. Young, I love Jordan Travis too, man. He's especially as a later round guy. There are not a lot of, or middle round guy. There's not a lot of middle round guys worthy in that spot to go take at the quarterback position, but he would be one of them. He uses the Hawks stay at 16. Whoever they're planning on will be vultured by another team trading up as usual. And when that happens, most likely we trade back. It's very possible. Very, very possible, man. Very possible. Colby says, Brandon, you're spot on. NFL heads value Nix and McCarthy more than Penix. The world confuses me some days. Me too on this stuff, man. I've come down this road a couple times in recent years of draft, though, so I'm sort of always, it's kind of a running meme here on the channel in that there seems to be a quarterback every year that I'm like, what? Huh? Wait, what? Huh? This guy? For me this year, McCarthy is especially that guy, but it's weird. This is why I think a lot of teams do miss at the position so very often, is I think as smart as these NFL teams are, as much help as they have across the board, I think a lot of their processes in certain places are kind of broken, and their outlook of what they should and shouldn't be valuing is a compass that's not pointing them in the right directions at all times. And that becomes clear in following these drafts through the years and watching guys, for instance, like Zach Wilson get elevated through the pre-draft process much, much, much higher than he ever deserved to have gone. And that's just about the NFL getting caught up in the wrong things, I think, at times, which is wild because you think they'd be much smarter about it than they are. It's kind of brutal. Chris says it's called being overhyped and desperation when it comes to drafting Penix, Nix, JJ in the first. It's true, man. It's true. I think a little bit of, to your point on this, Chris, is the drive of the quarterback position being this superhero spot on your team to where if you just take care of that, it doesn't matter what else you have as a supporting cast, you're in the mix. You're dancing. I don't know if you are, Don't know if you are. Chris says, if I had to bet my life on one guy making the Hall of Fame from this draft, it would be Marvin Harrison Jr. Would I want my Bears to trade Washington or New England to make Marvin Harrison the pick? That'd be a nice way to go, Chris. That'd be a great way to go. And I think you're probably right. I think if I was to put the players that I would say in that realm that I think would have that potential, I think he's that guy. I think Joe Alt has that potential too, as well. I would probably put him in that camp in addition to that. But yeah, I think that's a very fair assessment on your part, Chris. He's a monster. He's going to come in and instantly do really good. And there is really no hole to his game. He can truly do it all from the wide receiver position. Right, dude, could we see your evaluation board? Yeah, man, for sure. Faux show. So here's my current first round board. Oh my gosh. Let me get this cleared up. 1 second. Get this figured out here. All right, there we go. So here's the defensive guys. You can see with my defenders, I don't have any real blue chip grades on any defenders in this draft. Not even a lot of first round grades so far on defenders in this draft. 4 edges that I got first round grades on, 4 cornerbacks with first round grades. The defensive tackles I've all dipped into the second round. Every one of them's got a little bit of a hole into their game, so can't quite put them into first round territory on that. Over on the offensive side of the ball, that's where I've got my blue chip grades composed. 3 quarterbacks, 4 receivers, Brock Bowers, Joe Alt, and then I know you can't see my right tackles here. I got to lower this one down just a little bit. The right tackles out there. I'm still looking through I'm behind on my offensive linemen. I'm going to be fully honest with you guys right now, but there's my list. You can see I've got a lot of receivers in the first 3 rounds, especially in the offensive side of the ball. I'm behind on my offensive linemen. That's why that's so lean. So next couple of weeks, I'll be really hammering more of the offensive linemen. I probably eventually will put Jackson Powers-Johnson into first round territory. So I know I've got him listed as second, but he'll probably get to first round status. Very well maybe doing the same for Fatano and Barton when it's all said and done. But that's my guys. Blue chip prospects: Caleb, Drake May, Jaden Daniels, Marvin Harrison, Malik Neighbors, Romo Odunzie, Brian Thomas, Brock Bowers, Joe Alt, Olu Fashanu, and Taliz Fuanga are my blue chip prospects in this draft. And I may be only likely to add like a Demarius Mims, and I may be likely to add as well Quinyon Mitchell as a blue chip guy over as a, in fact, I'm going to do that right now. Let's add a couple blue chips. I'll put Mims as a blue chip. I'll have him above Latham when it's all said and done. So those would be my guys. My board. The Bomber blue chip grade on Brian Thomas. Indeed, I do, man. I think he showed you at the combine why. I do have him as a guy that's risen up 6'3", 209, running 4.33 with a 1.5 10-yard split. That's a 1.5 flat 10-yard split. 1,200 yards, 17 receiving touchdowns. Yeah. I do think that he's different. The other three guys I have at the top that they're special. Marvin Harrison has Hall of Fame potential. Neighbors and Romo are special. This kid's not quite to their spot, but still a blue chip prospect, in my opinion. For sure, Radu. My pleasure, man. Yeah, there's a dip there, Chris. There's a dip from Thomas. Those three guys are so different at the receiver position at their talent. Neighbors, Harrison, and Romo. And Harrison, I agree with you, is the best. But they're uniquely special in this draft in what they're bringing to the table of the kind of players they are. And Thomas is really nice too. Just it's not an indictment against him. It's more about how good those guys are than it is anything else on that. Brian says that's a lot more blue chips than last year. It is. It is, yeah. But then last year also I had like 5 or 6 defensive blue chip guys. So it also changes a little bit with that too. What did I have last year? Hold on. So last year I had only CJ Stroud, Anthony Richardson, Bijan Robinson. Those were really my only blue chip offensive guys. So you're right. Chris says Seattle doesn't need a receiver, do they? Kind of not really need, but we wouldn't be horrible if we got one. Yeah, Philip Cal. So Fuanga was just another one of those easy prospects on tape to just figure out as a blue chipper. He's just ideal for what you want in the modern age. He can do it all, and he was an easy evaluation for me. Bill's bunker, any interesting guys like Poyer or Hyde? Curious to hear your perspective on these guys. Yeah, both of them are getting a little bit long in the tooth, Bill's bunker, so they've got to come in at a discounted rate. They've got to come in at that devalued cost that you would expect to hope to get from safeties in this modern age, whereas in recent history, we've been paying upper market prices for these guys, especially at the safety position. What I do like about them with them is that they bring the split safety concept play that's becoming what you need to have for the system to work. And that is that Bill's bunker, the game's moving away from free safety needing to be purely free safety and strong safety needing to be purely strong safety. You need to have both attributes at the safety position, especially if you're going to play in the split shell cover safety look that, you guys out there in Buffalo run. Part of the reason that Boyer and Micah Hyde have worked so great there in those roles is because they have the skill set to do both things. They can both play in the box. They can both play out there in center field. We've had 2 guys here recently, Bill's bunker and Quandary, who's more of your single high guy, and then Jamal, more of your box guy. So this is a transitional period for us, but they fit to what we need. We have Leslie Frazier here who coached with you, who has the familiarity with them and will know how much gas they have left in the tank. And they absolutely fit to the new scheme that we're bringing in, which is going to be heavily based around the cover 2 shell system. So yeah, smart, very much good fit. BTJ is going to be a stud. Hell yeah, he is. Great camp, Brandon. Didn't the wide receiver Tony Horton go back to school? I had him out in the draft, I thought. Yeah, I thought I just heard about him coming out. Nothing's popping up on my Google search, so I'll have to double check on that one. I thought he was coming out. Will Valdez says you nailed the CJ Stroud blue chip pick. Thank you, Will. Yeah, I feel good about that one because I was getting some definite blowback when I put my comp for CJ Stroud was Joe Montana. That's who I saw in CJ Stroud. And a lot of people laughed at that, but I think that comp in retrospect is looking very, very, very apt between the two. He's got a lot of Joe Cool in his game, does CJ Stroud. Quite a bit, man. Quite a bit. Bill's Bunker, I'm heading to Seattle to record my live reaction video when the Seahawks host Bills next year. Can't wait to see your 12th man. Bill's Mafia will bring it too. Should be fun. Well, would love to do, man, if you're coming out there, wouldn't mind doing a little bit of a meetup, or not a meetup, but, if you want to do if you want to do behind enemy lines thing during the year, man, I'll try to hit you up, Bill's Bunker, on email. If you got email set up on your channel there, or hit me up on Twitter, but maybe we can set up doing a behind enemy lines during that week as well. Kind of get a snapshot of each team. I want to make sure I'm doing that this year with every single week, and I got to get that set up in advance. So if you're down to do something like that, I'm open to doing it, man. Outlaw 909 says Raiders. Greg Kemp says, Brandon, did you like the wide receiver Hawks met with? Did you like that the wide receiver the Hawks met with, Jaquan Jackson, or have you not watched him? I've watched some of his game, and he had a fantastic. Got to see a lot of him during the Senior Bowl week a little bit, and watching the practices and stuff. He really stood out. I think he was one of the more consistent wide receivers out there at the Senior Bowl practices. He does project to being more of a slot specialist only guy for me, Greg. And I do think he's probably taken somewhere in the neighborhood of around that 3rd, 6th round range or so. So that's where I'm wondering with them. We're already kind of sitting on two slots as it is. There's some holes in his game I don't like either. And I do think he's just going to be a slot guy at the next level. I don't think he's a good contested catcher, which is a problem when you're in the slot, because there's going to be a lot of times where you're taking a hit and you got to make the catch. So I had the good practice, but I don't know. I'm a little torn. But yeah, I'm down Bill's Bunker. Let's get it set up, man. I'm going to definitely get those all locked in ahead of time for this season here, this off season, get everything kind of in point with that. So I'd love to do it, man. First King says, I really thought Jamal was going to play good, man. Shaking my head. Me too, First King. I was wrong on this one too. I love the trade at the time. I'm not going to be a 2020 hindsight guy. I thought it was going to work as well, and it just didn't come to be. Addis the Gamer, Brandon, just curious, any interest in Luke McCaffrey? I am. I do worry about with his recent combine performance that he's elevated his stock in a way to push himself outside of where my interest would be, where I would have to give up too much draft capital in order to net him and garner him at this point. Feels like it's a little bit too much of a stretch to get out there to have to do that because he just tested too well. I thought he was going to test a little bit slower and not as much of a good 10-yard split, but he probably pushes himself up into 3rd round range with the pedigree he has, with his brother's success. Really good feet off of the line of scrimmage, really quick. He's got his father's fearlessness when it comes to catching the ball. The elder McCaffrey, Ed, was just a guy that would go up and very upright receiver who would take the hit, but he would always seemingly make the catch. I mean, he might get concussed, he might get his collarbone broken, but he was going to make the grab. And you can see on tape that the younger McCaffrey definitely has a lot of that dad's fearlessness that he brings from that position. Talking about Jaquan Jackson not being much of a contested catcher, that's a lot of the opposite of what you get from a guy like Luke McCaffrey, where if you're going to go between the guys and they're both drafted around the same realm, I'd much rather take a Luke who at least has some upside or some potential that he brings to being able to play on the outside versus a guy like Jaquan Jackson that's only going to be a slot guy up at the next level. But McCaffrey's really fun, really good hands, runs excellent routes, good body control. Going to get stacked a little bit in this draft due to how many great receivers there are, but I think with the combine performance that he just put on, he's definitely put himself into at least the back end of the 3rd round. Radu, Frank Gore Jr. did declare for the draft, so he's in the draft for sure. Chris says, isn't that what Worthy struggles some with? Contested, winning the catch. No, he had some drops too. You hit it right on the head, Chris. It's both. So with Worthy, it's a struggle between just blatant bad drops. And then there's the contested catch stuff, which comes a lot out of the fact you start to worry of the lighter those guys get. And one of the worries that you have when you talk about a guy that's 170, 165 pounds he plays on game day, is that those guys, not only can their routes get really easily disrupted with contact, so they're always kind of having to try to stay away from contact running around on the field. But then at the catch point, any kind of physicality at the catch point then just throws them into disarray. They can't bring in the ball because to them at 165 pounds, a guy that's 205 barely knocking them will throw them around. Whereas if you've got that 190 pounds that you're matching up against that weight, you can kind of take a little bit of that collision and still hold on to the ball. So it's one of those places you come with Worthy, and one of the reasons Worthy, I can't elevate him up the board simply because of the 40 time, because that stuff's not going anywhere. And he's not quite into that Devonta Smith kind of speciality place of where Devonta could get away with being lighter because he was such a awesome route runner, had such great, explosion, had a little bit more of that extra size and length to him, if not the weight, to kind of get around a little bit about. But Devonta Smith is the outlier. If you look around the league at the number of receivers able to operate under 175 pounds in this league, there's not many of them. It's hard. And that's why I do have Worthy a little bit more dipper down on my board, even after his recent combine performance. Bills Bunker says anybody with the last name McCaffrey should be highly touted prospect for sure. Hey man, bloodlines is real, right? Bills Bunker. We got a lot of players even in this league right now playing really good football that are second generation kids. Hell, we've got it even on our team. Tyler Lockett, son of a former NFL player. DK Metcalf, son of a former NFL player. There's something to that, man. It doesn't always mean that you're guaranteed success with that, but there's something to having a little bit of that lineage and background to help you getting into the show. Well, hand grenade, space Vietnam awaits B. Gotta give you that Helldivers, man, for sure. William Tarkowski, what free agent are the Seahawks going to go after? How about Queen? Queen's a possibility, but he's going to be very expensive, William. Probably more of like a Jadeveon Clowney type or a Kyle Van Noy or a Geno Stone. Queen will probably end up costing just a little bit too much money, but it's possible. Possible. Addis says, I think Luke could be a good option for wide receiver 3. Me too, Addis. I like him. He's a fine player, man. And he'd be probably pretty good value where you're getting him because of how deep this draft is with receivers. I think it's going to push him down. There'll be other guys that are just kind of guaranteed to go up ahead of him in this draft. I do think, Josh, we do target a running back in this draft, probably late, maybe a UDFA like you say, but with the hopes of getting a guy who could be a return man at the forefront. But you're going to need a fourth running back kind of undoubtedly. Chris says, yeah, despite his speed being 6'1", 170, I can't get on board with that quite yet. It's a real difficulty when you're that light getting around. And there's some guys that can do it. And I will say, I think, Chris, as far as a common transition the league is making is maybe because with less physicality in the league, less violence, it's opening the door for more of these undersized guys to go out there and get the job done. We saw this last year with Nathaniel Tank Dell, Jordan Addison. Devontae Smith is certainly another indicator of that, but I still get worried when they get this light because it can just you get a guy out there with those press ability at corner and they can kind of shut that guy down all day with physicality. And it's now it's about, okay, now I have to line the guy out of the slot. Now I have to put the guy in motion to get him free off the line of scrimmage. William Tarkowski, Junior Colson is my favorite middle linebacker in the draft. I would absolutely love for the Hawks to take him. I don't think he's a first round talent. But I do think he's an exceptional middle linebacker with a very complete skill set. And you're going to get an instantaneous starter at the Mike position day one with him, which would be fantastic. Phoebe, do you think Patrick Queen has Mike linebacker potential? No, I don't think he's got enough size or an ability to take on blocks to play the Mike. I think he's at his best as a will. I think he should remain as a will linebacker. That'd be one of those things, Phoebe, where you're signing a guy. It's again doing that very lesson I think that you had to learn with Jamal Adams, where it's you have a guy who's doing this thing here and he's being very successful at doing that thing there. You're going to spend all of this money on that guy, or in Jamal's case, spend all the money and the draft capital, and now you're moving him here to do something different. That's not a smart way to go. That's one of those keynote early lessons I presented at the top of the show today. You can't do that with a player. If you're going to go and like this player for what he does there, then that's what you need to want him to do here. It's a bad method to go down the process of sort of trying to change that then to sort of fit to your need. That's the road to kind of ruin a little bit. Bills Bunker, Frank Gore Jr., Brendan Rice, Harrison Jr., McCaffrey. Will be interesting to watch these young bucks go and what they can do. Yeah. Hey, we got a Jeff Coat, Bills Bunker in this draft. We got Chris Jenkins, son of a former defensive tackle in this draft as well. A lot of the second generation. We'll see on Big Cat Youngst. We're going to learn in about 3 days what's going on with Williams, one way or the other, one way or the other. One way or the other. Chris is really wanting to know where they prioritize inside linebackers and necessity and free agency. Agree, Queen and Brooks are just too pricey. I'm the Louvu wide area along with the draft and maybe Bobby. Me too, Chris. Me too. I don't want to pay that much for middle linebacker for these players we'd be paying for. Go down to a lower end area of it. That's a smarter way to go too, from my standpoint on it. Well, we're going to wrap this up here just a little bit now as we get down the line. So let's get the last questions on in here. I want to thank Underdog Fantasy for sponsoring this show, as they do sponsor every single show. You can click at the top of the link in the description section below or use my code NEST. That's NEST. And if you click and link this to the description or you use my code at Underdog Fantasy for the first time, they will match you up to 100% of your first deposit up to $100. So $100 from me to you through Underdog Fantasy. Go on there, play with a variety of different contests. You can get into daily fantasy, into basketball, baseball, football during the season. You want to get on March Madness. You want to do hey, I think this player's going over these points or going over these rebounds or he's going to get this many goals in the hockey game. They can let you in on any action you want to get in on over there, but you get $100 match from me to you. You also support the show at the very same time by going over there making that deposit. But thank you to Underdog Fantasy. There are some limitations that do exist in the state of Washington due to the gambling restrictions in the state, but outside the state of Washington, it's free and clear. And if you're in a casino in the state of Washington, you can still use their services to the utmost once you're in that sort of Faraday cage of inclusion, if you would. But thank you to Underdog Fantasy for sponsoring the show throughout the course of this year and back in the Hawks Nest up. Appreciate it. Space Vietnam. He means the Hell Divers 2 game. Space Vietnam. My fantasy has word. Resign Kobe Wilkinson. Brandon, if I remember, you do not like coconut syrup on pancakes. Hawaii thing. Any special yummy stuff on your vacation? It wasn't really a vacation for me, man. I was moving the whole time. So I went to Hawaii for a week and I didn't see nary a beach. So it was just grinding out. Mom made some food here and there, but it was just kind of dinner stuff more than anything else. Yes, only syrup, pure maple syrup needs to go on pancakes. Anything else is a sin against God himself. It's allowed, but it's still a sin. But no, nothing really anything yummy. There's not a lot of yummy things in Hawaii when you go there. Not a great food place, just in my standpoint of it. Not the greatest of food spots, She didn't like it either. Not a big Hawaii girl either. She liked the bugs, but that was about it. That was about it. Pumpkin coming in to say, have a good night too. See? She knows the timing of stuff. She knows what timing it is. Well, I thank you guys for another great show here today. Do me a favor if you could for me, please. Smack dab, hit that, destroy that, just eviscerate that like button if you could for me. It really does help the channel. I know you ask me to do every time. Like I do every time. Just it helps the channel out, helps me show out on those algorithms, helps me display to the masses, if you were, get those more subscribers, those more viewers, all that good stuff that we're shooting for here, of course, on the channel. I want to thank you guys in the chat as ever for some good, kind, honest, forthright, intelligent discussion as it ever is in this chat without fail. Every single time I go live, I can count on it being that way. And I want to thank you guys as well for keeping everything as always above board. Great to see some new faces in here and would love to see you guys in here as well. Everyone is welcome in here. Doesn't matter from which fan base or where. Everyone is always welcome for the discussion, and it helps to take us into a variety of different places. It isn't always just Seahawks-centric. Sometimes it's football, philosophy, or different players, and certainly with draft discussion now, it's going to be fun because everyone's got some vested interest in this. Addis says, I forgot to ask Brandon, any interest in Christian Wilkins? Absolutely interested in Christian Wilkins. if you're getting to a place with Leonard Williams, who's a bit of an older player, and he's commanding $17, $18 million per year versus signing Wilkins to a 4-year, $23 million per year deal, it may end up making more sense to go after a guy like Wilkins instead of that. If the price is the same, why not go get the bit better, more younger player? Certainly can make a lot of sense. And I love Wilkins' game. And Miami's not letting him go because he's a bad player. Miami's letting him go because they put themselves into a precarious position as far as their salary cap is concerned, and that they have to make the call here somewhere. And franchising these defensive tackles has not gotten as cost effective as it once was 4 or 5 years ago. Resigned Kobe Parkinson. Brandon, sorry to hear you are on moving duty in Hawaii. Hope you have more fun next time. I loved the grouper there too, though, by the way. It's usually a great place. Yeah, I was just helping my mom move. I'm heading for San Diego myself as far as a move in the next month. So getting all the ducks in a row and getting everything set up and all that. But it's a good thing at the end of the day. So it's all good, man. It's all good. I'm a pancake man, not a waffle man, Holy Hand Grenade. I will say though that waffles with peanut butter and then maple syrup may have the pure pancake beaten. Because you can't really get the peanut butter on the pancake in the same way. You know, you need the little ice cube tray cutouts that you get out of the waffle to dip the peanut butter into. So that's the bit of the offset on that, I'll say. There's a quantifier on this one. Josh says, thanks for the great show tonight, Brandon and fellow chat. Go Hawks. And on a side note, go Mariners. Going to check out spring training this weekend. Going to see a training game this weekend. Well, I hope it's a great game, Josh. Weather's probably beautiful down there. And go Mariners. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Go Mariners. Thank you, Chris. It's great talking to you, man. And Bears fans, Bills fans, any fans of any fans anywhere, please do always come in. We love having the outside perspectives come in. It always keeps our feet a little bit more firmly on the ground, you know, and you always are a little bit more educated on the kind of outside perspective on things in addition to them, which is nice. King Bomber, I'm going to San Diego next month. So just before the draft, I'm going to be making the move a week before the draft and get everything settled so that by the time of the draft, I'm in place with the new surroundings and we're getting ready to cook. But this will be ultimately a really great thing for the channel. Mark my words on that. When are you leaving? Yes, it'll be next month. We're about a month away. Just before the draft. Like a week before the draft. Taker610, thank you for the $2 donation on the finish. It says, will we trade into the second round? A quarterback, perhaps? I don't think we'll trade in the second round for a quarterback at that point, Taker610, because I believe that all the quarterbacks will be off the board at that point of really any true value. It's the unfortunate part of the way that this seems to be from my standpoint on the lay of the landscape here, Taker, which is that I believe there are 5 quarterbacks are going to take in the first round. I believe potentially even 6 quarterbacks could be taken in the first round. I just don't think that there's going to be a guy there worthy of you going into the second round to go get a QB at that point. It's kind of like all of that top end quarterback talent has been sort of bled off the board by the run of quarterbacks at the position, by the scarcity of the position, by the desperate need of the position of those teams trading up and trying to go get those quarterbacks. It's not about their necessarily pure talent. They are very talented, good quarterbacks, but it's just about, going up and getting the right, going up and just having them all removed off the board by the time that you pick Taker. So it would be nice if the draft didn't go this way. There was going to be a run on them, but there's going to be a run on them. There's nothing you can do about that. You got to go with the better value on the board if you're going to go into the second round, which would not be quarterback at that point. Furlack has been a member of the Hawks Nest for 23 long months. Thank you for the nearly 2 years of support, Furlack. Sorry, I'm a little bit late in seeing your comment in there. I just noticed it here off the side eye. What's up, Brando? What's up? Who is your biggest surprise and biggest slide in round 1? My biggest surprise in round 1 is JJ McCarthy. Maybe it isn't that way for some draft pundits and some casual fans out there, but I think it's absolutely unbelievably shocking the fact that he's being looked at as a first round quarterback, in my particular opinion. I know others don't share it. That's my opinion on it. That's where I stand on it. As far as the biggest riser in the draft goes, the person that's moving up the boards, I would say, it's a pretty good question, to be honest with you. Probably Quinyon Mitchell has been the guy that's driving up the boards the highest. I don't think that a month or two ago he was being looked at as the number 1 cornerback in this draft, and I think he started elevating himself onto many teams' boards as that number 1 guy, and very well could be looked at as sort of a blue chip kind of prospect by NFL teams when this is all said and done. So that's the ultimate of elevating yourself up through the process as you go through it, in what Quinyon Mitchell's been able to do. And he does what you most want a cornerback to be able to do from the position above all else, and that is take away the football. The man's got ball skills for days. really exciting star potential player in the first round that I think has slid up into that role, who wasn't necessarily there a couple of months ago. So that's my biggest surprises for me as it stands right now when I look at it a bit. Thank you, man, for all of your support. I appreciate it. Space, am I going to miss my neighbor? No, I'm not going to miss my neighbor. That's one thing I'm glad to get away from. Stoney says, if your cat disappears, it's okay. It'll be in loving hands. Don't you take my cat. Don't you take my kitty. It's my kitty. My kitty. Flag says, always catching some of the stream. Well, some of it's better than none of it, Flag. That's for sure. Sorry we got you late, man. Sorry we got you late, brother. All right. Well, we'll put a wrap up on that. Thank you guys again for watching. I really do appreciate you. We'll be back tomorrow with the B&B show at 7 o'clock. A little bit of a final look here at this combine. See which players might have elevated themselves up and become more likely to be Seahawks targets and fit to what the Seahawks want to have done here in this upcoming draft and accomplish in this upcoming draft. So me and Brendan are going to chop it up, go a little bit deeper on this combine and take a look at who really set themselves out with some of their performances, and not just set themselves out, but set themselves out as real true blue Hawk type targets at this point. We'll be diving into that tomorrow. I appreciate everybody watching. Thank you, Taker, for finishing up with a strong donation there. Randall McDaniel, David Pugh, Concierge with Nolan, Marcus B, Josh, Suspicious Stench, Barry Satoro, Furlack. Thank you to everybody for all the donations today on the channel. Very, very, very kind of you guys as ever. The support here is always tremendous and unbelievable, and I absolutely do appreciate it from the bottom of my heart. Thank you guys tonight for watching. Great channel, great show on this today. Just great talk and discussion as ever with this. So I love it. You guys are awesome. Be back in 24 hours with another show very soon. But until that time, I hope I don't have to remind you. But you know what? I'm going to do it anyway. Even if I don't have to, I'm going to do it anyways. Please, by God, my fellow Seahawks faithful, do not you ever forget. Go Hawks.